Feel that thing you are still carrying, that specific weight. The shape of something that used to be there and is not anymore. You have done everything right. You have given it time. You have tried to move forward. And still, underneath all of it, there is one question that never got a real answer. Why did God take that from me? Not why do bad things happen? That is not your question. Your question is personal. It has a face, a name, a season attached to it, and no comfort phrase has ever fully touched it. Today, I am going to give you the actual answer, not theology, not a phrase someone says at a funeral. The mechanism, the specific, structural, intentional way God removes things from the chosen one's path, and what those removals are protecting you from right now, in ways you cannot yet see. Because here is the truth that most people never reach. What God removed from your life was not taken from you. It was taken for you. There is a difference, and that difference will change the geography of your grief, the architecture of your trust, and the way you interpret every single loss in your history. Stay, because what I am about to walk you through is going to make the most painful chapters of your life finally make sense. There is a reason you are here right now, not on this platform, in this moment, with this specific question sitting somewhere in your chest. That is not random. That is not coincidence. There are millions of videos you could have found today, and this is the one that found you. That matters. The person who ends up watching a message like this one is never casual about it. They are a thinker. They are a feeler. They are someone who has always sensed that there is more to what happened than just bad luck or bad timing. Someone who has done their grieving but never quite finished their understanding. If that is you, then this message was placed in your path on purpose. Here is what I want to do with you today. 3 things. First, I want to name what actually happened when you lost what you lost, not what it felt like, what it actually was. Second, I want to show you the specific mechanism God uses when He removes something from a chosen one's life, and why that mechanism is one of the most loving things that exists. And third, I want to walk you through 7 categories of what God removes and what each one is protecting you from. By the time we finish, every loss in your history is going to look different than it did when you started. But before I can show you any of that, I need to sit with you in something first. Because here is what I know about the person watching this. You have been carrying something heavy, and I do not mean that in a general way. I mean the specific kind of heavy that comes from losing something that felt like it was supposed to be yours. The kind of heavy that does not announce itself in big dramatic moments anymore. It lives quietly now, in the pause before you fall asleep, in the half second when you forget, and then remember again, in the way you have learned not to talk about it because the people around you have moved on and you do not want to seem like you have not. Think about the moment it happened, or the moment you finally admitted it was over. Maybe it was a relationship. The kind where you had already written the next chapter in your head, and then one conversation, or one silence, or one slow unraveling changed everything. Maybe it was an opportunity, a door that you had stood outside of for years, and when it finally cracked open, something happened, and it closed before you could walk through. Maybe it was a person, someone whose presence in your life made everything feel more navigable, and then they were gone in a way that still does not fully make sense. Maybe it was a version of yourself, the version that believed more easily, the version that hoped without flinching, the version that had not yet learned to brace for disappointment. Whatever it was, I want you to let yourself feel the shape of it for a moment. Not push through it, not spiritualize it immediately. Just acknowledge the specific texture of what is missing. Picture where you were when it became real. Maybe it was late at night, the kind of night where the house is quiet, but the quiet feels like pressure. You are lying in a room that holds the same furniture it always has, but something is different in the air. There is a phone in your hand that you are scrolling without purpose, not looking for anything, just moving, because stillness feels like too much. The light from the screen is the only light in the room. Your jaw is tighter than you realized until just now. And the thought that keeps circling, the one you cannot finish or put down, is simply this: I just want to understand why. Not why in a theological way, not why in a philosophical way. The personal kind of why, the kind with a name attached to it. And underneath that thought, barely audible, is the one that follows it. Was I not enough? Was something wrong with me? Did I miss something? Is this what I deserve? Notice how that feels in your body right now, just hearing those words. Notice if your chest got slightly tighter. Notice if something in your throat recognized itself in that description. Notice if some part of you has been running those questions on a quiet loop for a long time, even when you told yourself you were past it. That is not weakness. That is the weight of carrying a wound with the wrong name on it. And that is what I want to address first. Because this is important. You have been misidentifying what happened to you. And I want to say that not as a criticism, but as the beginning of your healing. Because here is what I have seen over and over again. When a person gives their wound the wrong name, they cannot heal from it. They can survive it. They can function through it. They can even appear to be completely fine. But the specific peace that comes from truly understanding what happened, that peace never arrives. Because they are treating the wrong wound. You called it abandonment. You looked at what left and you said, I was left. And so you have been healing from abandonment, asking yourself what was wrong with you that caused them to leave. But God called it redirection. You called it rejection. You looked at the closed door and said, I was not enough. And so you have been healing from rejection, reinforcing the story that you were not chosen. But God called it selection. You called it failure. You looked at what did not work out and said, I could not keep it. And so you have been healing from failure, carrying the weight of someone who could not hold what they were given. But God called it prevention. You called it punishment. You looked at the pattern of loss in your life and said, something must be wrong with me. And so you have been healing from punishment, trying to figure out what you did to deserve this. But God called it protection. These are not the same diagnosis, and they do not heal the same way. The treatment for abandonment is connection, but the treatment for redirection is trust. The treatment for rejection is self-worth, but the treatment for selection is understanding. You cannot heal from the wrong wound, no matter how hard you try. And most people are trying very, very hard. I want to stop right here, because I am looking at the weight you have been carrying, and I need to say something directly to you. You have been doing something remarkable. You have been trying to make sense of your pain with incomplete information. You have been trying to build peace in a room where one wall is still missing. You have been doing the work, genuinely doing the work, of healing and growing and trusting. And still something has not fully landed. It has not fully landed because you did not have the correct framework for what happened. That is what I want to give you today. So before I walk you through the 7 categories, before I show you the specific mechanism of divine protection through removal, before we get to the activation prayer at the end of this video, I want you to hear this clearly. If you stay until the end of this video, 3 things are going to shift in you. You are going to understand, for the first time with real clarity, what God was actually doing in your most painful seasons. You are going to receive a framework that will change how you interpret every closed door, every ending, every loss from this point forward. And you are going to leave here with a declaration you can speak over the cleared space in your life, one that positions you specifically for what is coming, not what was lost, what is coming. That is worth staying for. So do not go anywhere. Now, let me show you the mechanism. The word that changes everything is not an English word, it is Hebrew, the language in which most of the scriptures were first written. And there is a word in that language that completely rewrites how we understand what God does when He removes something from someone's life. The word is natsal. It appears dozens of times in scripture, And when you look at how it is used, something becomes clear that most translations have softened into something smaller. Natsal does not mean to take away. It does not mean to withdraw or to subtract. Natsal means to snatch, to pull with urgency, to extract from danger. It is the same word used when God delivered the people of Israel out of Egypt, not walked them out slowly, not guided them politely toward the exit, snatched them, pulled them free with force and intention and speed. And the reason that matters is this: when God removes something from your life, the original language does not describe it as a loss. It describes it as a natsal, a rescue operation, an extraction from something that your natural eyes could not fully see, but that the one who sees all timelines simultaneously knew was on the other side of that thing staying. Think about what that means for your story. The relationship that ended was not God abandoning you. It was God performing a natsal, pulling you free from something that, if it had continued, would have cost you something you cannot afford to lose. The opportunity that dissolved was not God withholding from you. It was God performing a natsal, extracting you from a path that looked like yours, but led somewhere that was not. The person who left was not God deciding you did not deserve to be loved. It was God performing a natsal, removing the access point before it became the wound that took you out. This is precise. This is protective. This is personal. Not the vague, passive, maybe everything happens for a reason kind of protection. The surgical kind. The kind that requires a divine intelligence with full knowledge of your timeline to look at what you are holding and say, that has to go. Not because you are weak, because what is on the other side of that thing staying is something I will not let come near you. And here is the pattern that confirms this is not wishful thinking. Joseph, in the book of Genesis, did not volunteer for what happened to him. He did not choose the pit. He did not choose being sold by the people who were supposed to love him most. He did not choose Potiphar's house, or the prison, or the years of waiting in a place that had no visible future. Every single thing that was most precious to him was removed. The coat, the freedom, the family, the dignity, the timeline he had imagined. And from the outside, every single removal looked like a step backward. Everyone looked like abandonment. Everyone looked like the opposite of what a God who had given him dreams would do for someone he was supposedly leading. But from the inside of the full story, every removal was a positioning. Every natsal was creating the exact conditions required for him to walk into the role that only he had been built to fill. The coat had to go so he would survive the pit. The freedom had to go so he would enter the palace through the right door. The timeline had to go so the famine would be at exactly the season when his gifts would be needed. Moses lost Egypt before he led a nation. Esther lost her first family before she saved her people. Ruth lost her husband and her homeland before she walked into her covenant. The pattern is not accidental. The pattern is the language of Natsal, and it is speaking in your story too. Now, I am about to walk you through 7 specific categories of what God removes from the chosen one's path. 7 categories. And each one has something specific on the other side of it that I want you to see. But before I name them, I need to show you something that will make each one land differently. I need to show you what was waiting on the other side of the door that closed. Because here is something almost no one talks about when they talk about loss. When something is removed from your life, it does not just create absence, it creates a vacancy, a space. And that space is not empty the way people think it is. That space is guarded. Imagine for a moment the exact thing in your life that was removed. The relationship, the season, the opportunity, the person. Now imagine that what left did not just leave. Imagine that what left was physically moved out of the path of something that was coming toward you. Not metaphorically, structurally. There are people walking this earth today who survived something they never knew they were in danger of, not because they were lucky, because something that would have kept them in the path of that danger was removed before it arrived. I have seen this pattern in the lives of people who lost relationships that felt like everything, only to find out later exactly what that person would have led them into. Decisions they would have made because they loved them, places they would have gone because they trusted them, versions of themselves they would have built around them. I have seen this in people who lost opportunities that felt like their only chance, only to watch that industry collapse, or that company dissolve, or that path close for everyone on it while they were standing safely on different ground. The vacancy that felt like emptiness was a shield. The space that felt abandoned was guarded by the very act of its clearing. And this is what God was doing. Before that relationship ended, something was building on the other side of it that needed you free to receive it. Before that door closed, the path it led to was narrowing in ways you could not see from where you stood. Before that season finished, you were being built for one that required what that season could not give you. Before that person left, the person who was coming needed a version of you that had not yet been formed. I need you to hold this image as we go into the next section together, because the 7 categories I am about to walk you through, each one of them has a vacancy like this. Each one of them has a space that looks empty and is actually shielded. The 7 categories are coming, all 7. I am going to name every single one. But here is what I need you to understand before I give you that list. The categories are not the revelation. The categories are the map. The revelation is what you are going to find at the center of the map. And it is going to change the question you have been asking. You have been asking, why was this taken from me? By the end of this video, the question is going to be something different, something quieter, something that sounds less like grief and more like trust. Stay with me. Before we go any further, I want to bring you back to something. In the first part of this message, I showed you a Hebrew word, natsal, a rescue operation, a divine extraction. And I showed you the concept of the protective vacancy, the idea that what is removed from your life does not simply create emptiness. It creates a guarded space. If that landed in you in a specific way, if something shifted when you heard it, then what I am about to walk you through is going to go even deeper. Because now I want to give you the 7 categories, the 7 specific things that God removes from the chosen one's path. And I want to be precise about something before I begin. These are not feel-good categories. Some of them are going to be uncomfortable. Some of them are going to require you to sit with a truth that your grief has been protecting you from. But all of them are going to give you something you cannot get from comfort alone: understanding. And understanding is the only thing that actually finishes the healing. If you have been watching since the beginning, I want to say this to you. The fact that you are still here is not casual. The kind of person who seeks this level of depth, who stays when it gets uncomfortable, who still wants to understand even after they have done the work of surviving, that is not an ordinary person. That is a chosen one. And this message was built for you. The first category is relationships that would have required you to become less. Now, when I say toxic relationships, most people immediately picture something obvious. Someone who was cruel, someone who was clearly harmful, someone whose removal from your life makes a tidy, clean kind of spiritual sense. But I am not talking about that. I am talking about something far more subtle and far more dangerous. Because the most effective form of diminishment is not the kind that announces itself loudly. It is the kind that arrives in the shape of love. I am talking about the relationship where you were loved, genuinely, but where being loved required you to edit yourself, where you learned not to mention certain dreams because the silence that followed them was too heavy to carry, where you got very good at performing a version of yourself that was smaller, quieter, less, because the full version created friction. Maybe you stopped talking about what you felt called to because it made them uncomfortable. Maybe you learned to laugh off your own depth to keep the peace. Maybe you started to believe, slowly and quietly, that the things that made you specifically, you were somehow too much. And here is the mechanism God was working against. The brain is a learning system. Given enough repetitions, it does not just perform smallness, it begins to believe it. What starts as a conscious edit becomes an unconscious assumption. I am too much. I am not the kind of person who gets those things. That level of life is not for someone like me. This is not dramatic. This is slow. This is the kind of diminishment that happens between Tuesday and Thursday without anyone meaning for it to happen. And what God saw was not a relationship that was going to hurt you in one obvious moment. He saw a relationship that, if it continued, was going to produce a version of you that had permanently learned to make yourself small. A version of you that had stopped expecting the full life because the relationship you built your world around had no room for it. That version of you cannot complete your calling. That version of you cannot carry what is coming. That version of you was the real danger. So the relationship had to go. Not because they were a bad person, not because love was not real, but because the version of you that was being constructed inside that relationship was the one God could not let solidify. What felt like being unloved was actually being restored to the full size of yourself. What felt like being left was actually being returned to the version of you that your calling requires. If you have ever been in a relationship that required you to be less than you are, I want you to do something right now, not out loud, inside. Bring that relationship to mind and say these words in your spirit. I release what I built around fitting. I receive what is coming for the version of me that does not. Type I release in the comments if you have been in a relationship that needed you to be smaller than you are. That simple act of declaration matters more than you know. The second category is opportunities that would have led you off your path. And this one is harder. Because unlike the relationship category, this is not about something harmful. This is about something that looked like exactly what you were supposed to have. Think about the opportunity. The one that got close enough that you made plans. The one where you could see the version of your life that existed on the other side of it. Maybe you had already told someone about it. Maybe you had already started rearranging your expectations around it, and then it dissolved. And it did not dissolve in a dramatic way. It just quietly stopped happening. A conversation that never got a reply. An offer that evaporated. A door that opened a crack, and then, without explanation, closed again. And you called it failure, or bad timing, or not being good enough. But here is what God called it. A course correction before you were too far down the road to turn around. Because there is a specific kind of danger that only the chosen one faces. And it is the danger of a good opportunity, not a bad one. A good one. One that uses your real gifts. One that gives you real results. One that feels aligned enough that you could build a life around it. But it points, even slightly, away from the specific territory your calling lives in. And here is the thing about misdirection. It does not announce itself as misdirection. It announces itself as progress, as success, as finally getting somewhere. The person who follows a misdirected opportunity does not feel like they are going off path. They feel like they are finally on one. And that is what makes it so effective. And that is what makes the removal of it so painful, because it took something that felt like momentum and turned it into a question mark. But ask yourself this. The path that opportunity was leading toward, 5 years in, 10 years in, was it actually toward what you were made for? Or was it toward a version of success that would have been satisfying enough to keep you from ever going deeper? Because there is a specific kind of comfortable success that functions as a ceiling. You are not suffering. You are not failing. You are just busy enough and content enough that you never go looking for what is actually yours. What God removed was the exit that would have looked like a destination. It would have given you certain things. Stability, maybe. Recognition, maybe. The feeling of being on a path instead of waiting for one. It would have required you to invest fully in a direction that was not exactly yours. It would have taken you further from the territory where your real gifts do the work only you can do. and the further in you went, the harder it would have been to turn around. So the door closed. Not because you were not good enough for it, because it was not big enough for you. The third category is the one most people never talk about. Because talking about it honestly requires admitting something that feels almost ungrateful. It is people who carried information that would have defined you. Let me explain what I mean by that. Every person who has access to you on a regular basis is planting something. Not maliciously, most of the time. Not even consciously, most of the time. But consistently. They are planting a perception of who you are. And human beings, especially the ones with the most sensitivity, the ones who feel everything deeply, they absorb the perceptions of the people closest to them. Over time, those perceptions do not stay external. They migrate inward. They become part of the inner voice. They become the background assumption. And here is the specific danger. There are people who see you as slightly less than you are. Not because they hate you, because they can only perceive what their own level of development allows them to perceive. And if you stay close enough to them long enough, you begin to see yourself through their lens. You become what they expect of you, not dramatically, not overnight, but quietly and persistently, until one day you realize that the ceiling in your imagination is exactly the height of the tallest thing the people around you ever believed you could do. This is the category that involves the most grief, because these are not villains. These are often people you loved, people who loved you in the way they were capable of, people whose loss genuinely hurt. But if they had stayed, they would have kept planting. And over enough time, their diminished vision of you would have become your own. Right now, I want you to look back at the person whose leaving hurt you most in this category. Not the one who was obviously harmful, the one you actually miss, the one whose absence still feels like a gap. And I want you to ask yourself this, just inside, with no obligation to answer out loud. What did they believe you were capable of? What was the ceiling they had for you? And then look at what you are building now, in their absence. Look at the version of you that exists without their lens. They saw you as difficult, but what is coming sees you as determined. They saw you as too much, but what is coming will say you are exactly enough. They saw your depth as instability, but what is coming will say your depth is what drew it in. They saw your vision as impractical, but what is coming is the exact territory that vision was designed for. The removal of that person was not God deciding you did not deserve to be seen. It was God protecting the vision that only you can carry from being slowly edited out of you by someone who could not see it. I want you to declare something right now, in your spirit, not out loud. Just let these words move through you. The version of me that was being shaped by their lens is released. What is coming will meet the version of me that God shaped in the silence. Now, the fourth category is seasons that were preparing you for a level you had not yet reached. And this is the one that takes the longest to understand. Because this category is not about a person or an opportunity or a relationship. It is about time. It is about entire chapters of your life that were removed before they felt finished. Maybe it was a season of favor that ended too soon. Maybe it was a period of momentum that stopped unexpectedly. Maybe it was a chapter where everything was finally working, and then, without warning, it was over. And you have never fully understood why that season had to end when it did. Here is the mechanism. There are levels in the chosen one's journey that require specific capacities to sustain, and not just to achieve, to sustain. Because reaching something and staying in it are completely different challenges. A house built on an incomplete foundation does not announce its instability immediately. It looks exactly like a house. It functions exactly like a house. And then, under the pressure of real weather, real weight, real life, it reveals what was missing at the base. God does not give the chosen one a destination before the foundation to hold it is complete. Not because he is withholding, because he is protecting. The season ended not because you failed, not because you were unworthy, because what was waiting for you required more of you than that season had built into you yet. The character it needed you to have, that season could not finish. The clarity it needed you to carry, you were still growing into. The capacity it needed you to hold it without it destroying you, that was still being constructed. And God, who sees the destination and the foundation simultaneously, made the only decision that protected both. He closed the chapter before you arrived somewhere you were not yet equipped to stay. Think about David, anointed by Samuel as a teenager, chosen by God in the field, pulled from the sheep, told that the kingdom was his, and then nothing, not a palace, not a throne, years of wilderness, years of caves, years of being hunted by the very king he was anointed to replace. From the outside, the anointing looked meaningless. The removal of the easy path looked like a mistake. But every year in the wilderness was building something, not just survival, character, the specific kind of character that a king needs, not to sit on a throne, but to carry a people, the kind that only wilderness builds, the kind that comfort cannot construct. The season that ended too soon was the season that was preparing the foundation, and what comes next requires that foundation to be complete. Now, I need to pause here for a moment, because what I just walked you through, 4 categories, 4 specific mechanisms of divine protection through removal. This is not the whole picture yet. There are 3 more categories, and I want to be honest with you. The first 4 are the ones most people can eventually find peace with. They are the categories where, with enough time and perspective, most people can see the shape of the protection. But categories 5, 6, and 7 are different. Category 5 is the one that requires you to admit that something inside you, not outside you, was the thing that needed to be removed. Category 6 is the hardest category in this entire list, because it is not about something bad, it is about something good, something that was genuinely right for you, and it was still removed. And the reason will require more trust than the first 4 categories combined. And category 7 is the one that almost no one talks about openly, because it enters territory that most people are not ready to look at directly. Until now. I will show you all 3 in the next part of this message. But before I do, I need to mention something I found while preparing this. While I was putting together the teaching on what gets removed and why, I came across a research thread, something that started at Princeton and eventually connected work from MIT and several other institutions about something that was removed from you that has nothing to do with your relationships or your seasons or your opportunities. Something inside the architecture of your own mind. A capacity you were born with. A specific kind of cognitive and spiritual sharpness that you had as a child, that you can probably remember the feeling of, that seems to have gotten quieter as you got older. Scientists have a name for what happened to it, and they have been studying whether it can be restored. I am going to come back to this, because what they found connects to everything we are talking about today in a way I did not expect when I started. But first, categories 5, 6, and 7, because what is in those 3 categories is going to change the question you are asking. Stay with me. The 5th category, this one requires something different from you. Not just understanding, honesty. Because the 5th category is not about something that was removed from outside of you, it is about something that was removed from inside of you. It is the version of yourself you were about to settle into. Let me explain what I mean by that. There is a process that happens to every human being who has experienced enough disappointment. A slow, quiet recalibration. It does not announce itself. It does not arrive as a dramatic decision. It arrives as something that feels, at the time, like wisdom. It is the decision to expect less, to reach a little lower, to want a little less specifically, to stop holding the full picture of what you believed you were capable of, because the gap between that picture and your actual life had become too painful to look at directly. And so you started editing. Not your goals exactly. Not the big declared version of what you were going after. The internal version. The private one. The one that lived in the part of you that was still completely honest about what you were born to do. You started shrinking that one. Not because you gave up. You would never say you gave up. But because protecting yourself from hope that has been disappointed enough times starts to feel like maturity. It starts to feel like you are finally being realistic, finally being an adult about it, finally learning to be grateful for what is instead of always reaching for what could be. And there was a version of you that was getting comfortable with that. A version of you that had stopped reaching for the full life because the distance between here and there had been too painful too many times. A version of you that had learned to pre-edit your own expectations so that the disappointment, when it came, would not break anything important. Notice how that sits in your body right now. Notice if your chest feels slightly tighter than it did a moment ago. Notice if something in you recognizes being described right now. Notice if some part of you has been quietly renegotiating the size of what you are allowed to want. That version of you, the one that was learning to stop believing fully, was in the process of becoming permanent. And God could not let that happen, because the chosen one who has learned to expect less cannot complete their calling. The version of you that has made peace with a smaller life cannot carry what is actually coming for you. The identity that solidifies around disappointment becomes its own kind of prison, not because of what it holds out, but because of what it quietly gives up believing is possible. So something was removed. Maybe it was a plan that fell apart before it could become the thing you settled around. Maybe it was a version of your life that was comfortable enough to stay in forever, and God disrupted it before the comfort became a ceiling. Maybe it was a relationship or a community or a role that gave you just enough to keep you from ever going looking for what was actually yours. The removal felt like loss. It felt like being pushed backward. It was God refusing to let the smaller version of you become the permanent one. What felt like the ground being taken from under you was actually the floor of a smaller life being removed so you could find the foundation of a larger one. In this moment, right now, I want you to do something. Not out loud. Inside. Bring to mind the version of yourself that was starting to stop believing. The one that was getting comfortable with reaching less. And speak to that version, not with judgment, but with release. Say in your spirit, I release the version of me that learned to want less. That version was trying to protect me. I honor that, and I release it, because what is coming requires the full version of me. Now, Category 6. I told you this one was the hardest. I meant it. Category 6 is not about something harmful that was removed. It is not about something that was limiting you or diminishing you or keeping you small. Category 6 is about something good, something that was genuinely right, something that was aligned with who you are and what you want and where you are going. And it was still removed. And the reason is the one that requires the most trust of any category in this entire list. It was removed because you were not yet ready to hold it without it breaking you. I want to say that again, because this one matters. It was not taken because you were unworthy of it. It was not taken because you did something wrong to lose it. It was not taken because God decided you did not deserve something good. It was taken because the version of you that existed at the time it was offered did not yet have the specific capacity to hold it sustainably. And a good thing that arrives before you can hold it sustainably does not stay good. It collapses. And the collapse of something genuinely good does more damage than the removal of it. Think about it this way. A house that is given before the foundation is complete does not bless the family that moves into it. It looks like a house. It functions like a house for a while. And then the weight of real life, real weather, real time reveals what was missing at the base. And the family does not just lose a house. They lose the belief that they were meant to have one. God protected you from that collapse. The relationship that was genuinely right, the one you were not manufacturing or forcing, the one that actually had the ingredients of what you were looking for, that one was removed before it could collapse under the weight of who you were still in the process of becoming. The opportunity that was genuinely aligned, the one that actually connected to your real gifts, that one was removed before it could fall apart, because the foundation of character and capacity you needed to sustain it was still being built. The thing that was good was removed to protect its own future in your life, not its presence in your life now, its arrival in your life when you are actually ready to receive it and hold it and not have it break under the weight of your still forming self. This is where most people either find profound peace or get stuck in profound resistance. Because accepting this category requires believing something that grief makes very hard to believe. It requires believing that God sees not just who you are now, but who you are becoming, and that what He removed was not a statement about the present. It was an act of protection for the future. David was anointed. Then came the wilderness. The anointing was not revoked. The throne was not given to someone else. The promise was held in trust while the formation was completed. What was good enough to be promised to you is not too good to be protected for you. What was right enough to feel like yours is not too right to be preserved for the version of you that can actually hold it. Type "I receive" in the comments if you can feel, even slightly, the truth of this one, because receiving this category is its own act of healing. Now, Category 7. This is the one I want you to stay very present for, because Category 7 requires talking about something that most spiritual content avoids. Not because it is not real, because it is uncomfortable, and because talking about it requires a very specific kind of framing that does not lead to fear or paranoia, but to something I think you actually need. It leads to understanding your own authority. Category 7 is the removal of the things that had become access points. Let me explain. There is a force in this world that is not neutral. I am not going to be sensational about this. I am not going to make you afraid, but I am going to be honest about something that Scripture is very clear about, and that most people's actual experience confirms. There is a force that does not want the chosen one to complete their assignment. Not because it is stronger than what is working for you. It is not. But because what it can do, what it is actually very effective at doing, is finding the open doors. Not the big dramatic entrances, the small ones, the unguarded ones, the ones that exist in the places where you are most attached, most vulnerable, most likely to override your own discernment, because you love what is on the other side of the door. An access point is not always something obviously harmful. An access point is any opening through which something can enter that drains, distracts, delays, or diminishes the chosen one's movement toward their assignment. And here is the specific truth about your losses in this category. What was removed from you was not just removed for your protection in the ways I have already described. Some of what was removed specifically because it had become, or was becoming, that kind of door. Not because you were careless, not because you were spiritually weak, because the thing you loved was real, and the love was real, and you could not have seen from where you stood what was being given access through it. But God could, and the thing I need you to understand about this category is not that the force behind it is powerful. It is not more powerful than what is working on your behalf. What I need you to understand is that your awareness of this mechanism is itself a form of authority. Because the moment you understand that a removal was a door being closed against access, you stop grieving it like a loss, and you start treating it like what it actually was. Protection at the highest level. He cannot stop what was ordained for you. What is written over your life cannot be unwritten. But what he can do, what he is consistently attempting to do, is find the open door, the unguarded space, the attachment that overrides your discernment. And God, who sees that strategy more clearly than you can from inside your own story, sometimes performs the most loving act available to him. He closes the door first. I hear the Father saying this right now, and I want to speak it directly to you. I did not take it from you. I took it from them. I saw the door they were counting on, and I closed it before they could walk through it. What felt like your loss was their eviction. What felt like abandonment was my protection activated in real time. Take a breath. Let that land. Because what I just described across those 7 categories is not a list of spiritual concepts. It is the actual story of what happened in your life. It is the map of every removal, every ending, every closed door, every loss that ever left you asking why. And now, I need to show you what all 7 of them have in common, because there is a single thread that runs through every one of these categories. A thread that, when you see it, changes not just how you interpret the past, but how you move into the future. And this is the twist. This is the thing that most people who have been through loss never reach. Not because they are not spiritual enough or healed enough, because they are still asking the first question. And the first question, though it is a valid one, is not the question that opens the door to what is next. The first question is, why was this taken from me? But the question that changes everything is, what was being cleared for? Because here is what I need you to understand. When God removes something from your life, He is not simply protecting you from what was leaving. He is creating space. Specific, guarded, intentional space for what is coming. Let me say that one more time, slowly, because this is the whole video. What is coming for you is too large to have fit beside what was there before. It could not enter while that relationship was still occupying the space. It could not land while that opportunity was still blocking the path. It could not take root while that version of you was still settled into the ground. The removal was not the end of the story. The removal was the clearance. Every natsal in your history, every divine extraction, everything that was pulled from your hands or your life or your identity, it was not God deciding you had enough. It was God making room. And the room He made is not empty. It is not waiting passively. It is actively positioned for what He has been preparing to send your way, since before you were old enough to ask why anything was taken. I hear the Father saying this: I did not empty your hands to leave them empty. I emptied your hands because something is coming that requires both. And I needed them open. I needed the space clear. I needed the version of you that was being diminished, and the doors that were being exploited, and the paths that were leading away from your actual assignment. I needed all of it moved. Not because I was punishing you, because I was preparing you, because what I am sending is already on its way. And it could not arrive until I cleared the path for it to reach you. What felt like being abandoned was actually being positioned. What felt like being left behind was actually being moved ahead. What felt like an ending was actually an entrance being prepared. What felt like God's silence was actually God's construction. What felt like loss was actually love, in its most precise, most intentional, most protective form. And now a different question opens. Not why was this taken from me, but what is it that is coming? What is it that required this much clearance? What is it that could not arrive while all of those things were still in place? What is so significant, so aligned with your specific calling, so large in scope, that God spent all of this time and all of these removals preparing the space to receive it? I want to walk into that question with you in what comes next, because the cleared space in your life is not just protected, it is already being filled. And I want to tell you specifically what is being sent into it. But before I do that, I need to come back to something I mentioned earlier, that research thread I found while preparing this message, the one from Princeton, about something that was removed from you that none of the 7 categories have named yet. Because this one is different. This one is not about your relationships or your seasons or your opportunities. This one is about something inside the architecture of your own mind, something you were born with, something that was taken not by your circumstances, but by the systems around you, and something that, as it turns out, can actually be restored. Stay with me, because this next part connects everything. Let me take you back to what I started to describe before the 7 categories. The researchers studying this were not starting from a spiritual framework. They were starting from brain scans. EEG technology, the ability to measure the actual frequency of the brain's electrical activity in real time, across thousands of subjects, across decades of observation. And what they found was not what they were looking for. They were looking for what differentiates the people who seem to move through life with what can only be described as an edge, a clarity, a capacity to recognize patterns, make connections, act on intuition, and experience what people sometimes call being in the right place at the right time, with a consistency that does not look like luck. What they found was a specific brainwave frequency, one that had been studied in elite performers, in people who describe states of creative breakthrough, in people reporting deep spiritual experience, one that operates at a speed the other brain frequencies do not reach. They called it gamma. And here is the part that matters for your story. In young children, gamma activity is abundant. If you think back to who you were at 5, 6, 7 years old, there was something present in you then that felt different from how your mind operates now. You learned faster than seemed reasonable. You had intuitions that surprised the adults around you. You made connections between things that other people did not see as connected. You experienced life with a vividness and a synchronicity that felt almost magical. That was not your imagination. That was gamma. And then, beginning around age 7 and continuing through adolescence and into adulthood, something happened. Not to everyone equally, but to the people who carried the most of it, the effect was the most pronounced. The researchers named it the decline effect. The systems that most of us grow up inside, the structures of standardized education, the pressure to conform, to sit still, to perform correctly, to suppress the qualities that make you unusual, those systems are not designed for gamma. They are designed for compliance. And gamma and compliance are not compatible. So the brain, which is a survival system above all else, began to suppress what was not being rewarded. Not because you failed, not because you were doing something wrong, because the environment you were placed in had no room for what you were carrying. Now here is the connection that I did not see coming when I started preparing this message. The chosen one was born with more gamma than the average person. I am going to say that plainly, because it is important. The reason you learned faster as a child, the reason you felt things more deeply, the reason your intuitions were more specific and your connections were more unusual, and your sense of being built for something larger was not a story you told yourself. The reason all of that was real is because your baseline gamma was higher than most. And that is exactly why, when the decline effect hit you, the gap felt so much wider. The distance between who you were at 7 and who you became at 30 is not a small thing in your case. It is not a gradual dimming that you barely noticed. For the chosen one, it is the specific ache of knowing that something that used to be alive in you has gone quiet in a way you cannot fully explain. The heaviness you have carried, the feeling of operating below your own ceiling, the sense that there is a version of you that is sharper, more aligned, more in flow, more capable of the kind of clarity and synchronicity that you used to experience without trying. That is not a spiritual metaphor. That is gamma. And here is what I found when I followed that research thread. A neuroscientist named Dr. Robert Lake spent 34 years studying this specific phenomenon. He was not studying spirituality. He was studying the brain. He was measuring what happened when the brain was exposed to specific sound frequencies designed not to be listened to passively, but to directly influence its electrical activity. A process called brain entrainment. What he discovered, and what has since been confirmed by laboratories at MIT, Harvard, Stanford, Princeton, and Berkeley, is that gamma activity can be restored. Not through years of meditation, not through expensive clinical equipment, not through anything that requires a dramatic restructuring of your daily life. In 7 minutes, a 7-minute audio track engineered with the specific frequency architecture to bring the brain into gamma range, listened to through headphones with no other requirement than the willingness to receive it. He called it the Genius Song. And the reason I am telling you about this in this video, in this specific message about what God removes to protect the chosen one, is because I believe what happened to your gamma is exactly what we have been talking about this whole time. It was removed, not by God, by a system that had no framework for what you were carrying, a system that needed your edges softened and your frequency lowered, and your capacity for synchronicity quieted down. It was a removal. And like every other removal we have walked through today, the fact that it happened does not mean it is permanent. Now I want to speak honestly for a moment, because you have tried things before, things that promised to restore something in you, things that made sense in theory and then, when it came to your actual life, did not move the needle. I understand that. And I want to be direct about why this is different. Meditation is real. Healing practices are real. But what they are attempting to do, align the brain with higher frequencies, takes months or years to produce measurable results in most people. Not because the practitioners are wrong, because they are trying to steer the river from the bank. Brain entrainment enters the river directly. It does not ask the brain to arrive somewhere on its own. It provides the exact frequency architecture, and the brain follows. The result is not gradual. The synchronicity you remember from childhood, the clarity you have been trying to rebuild, it becomes accessible again in the first session. 18,366 people have experienced this. A woman who had spent years in meditation retreats and spiritual practice, who described herself as someone who had tried everything and still felt the connection she was looking for was just out of reach. She bought the Genius Song not because she believed it would work, but because, as she put it, there was nothing left to lose. 2 weeks later, she did not describe the results in numbers. She said one word: synchronicities, as though the universe had suddenly begun speaking a language she could understand again. And if you are thinking right now that this sounds like too much, I want to acknowledge that directly. Because your skepticism is reasonable. It is earned. The mind that has been disappointed enough times builds a very sensible wall around new possibilities. But here is the question I want you to sit with. What if the wall is not protecting you from disappointment? What if the wall is the suppression? What if the part of you that automatically distances itself from the possibility of restoration is the exact same mechanism that has been keeping your gamma quiet? Because the version of you that was fully activated did not build walls around new possibilities. The version of you at 7 years old heard something that resonated and moved toward it without 3 layers of preemptive self-protection. That version is not gone. That version is waiting for the frequency to return. Now, Dr. Lake built this tool with something specific in mind. He built it for the people who cannot access the clinical technology, because to directly measure and entrain gamma in a clinical setting requires equipment that costs $7,000. A specialist biofeedback session runs $300 per visit. He compressed 34 years of research into a 7-minute audio file available for $39. Not the standard price. The standard price is $49. The $39 access is specific to the audience of this video. It does not exist on Amazon. It does not exist anywhere except the link I have placed in the description and the pinned comment below. With that access comes 4 additional resources at no cost. A second audio track designed specifically to support the developing brain in children. The original text that inspired the film The Secret, the source material rather than the adaptation, at no additional charge. A guided visualization that moves through the 4 areas of life where gamma's restoration most visibly changes outcomes. Clarity around finances, depth in relationships, physical vitality, and the return of what I can only call joy without explanation. and a distilled reference document outlining the 5 behavioral patterns that consistently accompany the restoration of gamma in the people who have used this long term. And all of it comes with a 100% money-back guarantee. No conditions, no time limit on how many times you use it before requesting a return. No questions asked. The only risk is not trying. I also want to say something important, because there are versions of this circulating that do not contain the actual entrainment technology. They use the name, they use similar packaging, but without the specific frequency architecture Dr. Lake spent 34 years developing. They are just audio files. The brain does not respond to them the way it responds to the genuine technology. The only verified source is the link in the description and the pinned comment. Not a search result, not a marketplace. The specific link I placed there, that is the one that carries the real technology, the 4 bonuses, and the guarantee. If you want to explore this, that is where it is waiting for you. And I want to say one more thing about the decision itself. The version of you that walks fully into your calling, the one that carries the cleared space we have been talking about this whole video, the one that is ready to receive what is coming into the protected vacancy, that version made this decision, not because they were 100% certain, because they understood that the right moment never feels perfectly safe. It only feels aligned. And this one does. Now let me bring everything together, because we have covered a significant amount of ground in this message. And before we go into the closing activation, I want to do something specific with what you have received today. I want to give it a structure you can carry with you, because understanding something in the moment of hearing it is one thing. Having a framework that allows you to apply it to your own life, on your own, whenever a new loss or removal arrives, that is something you can use for the rest of your life. I am calling this framework the Natsal inventory. Constructed inside of it is not the version that carries my calling. I release it with peace, and I receive what is coming for the full version of me. I release the opportunity that would have taken me off my path. I release the grief of it. I release the story that I was not enough for it. I receive the understanding that it was not aligned enough for me, and I trust what is being sent to fill that space with something that is. I release the people who could not carry the full vision of who I am. I honor what they gave me. I release what they planted that was not mine to keep. And I declare that what is coming to me does not require me to be smaller, quieter, or edited down to fit. I release the season that ended before it felt finished. I trust that its completion was not the point. My formation was. And I declare that what I was being built for in that season is still standing. The preparation was not wasted. The foundation was completed. I am ready for what it was building me toward. I release the version of myself that was learning to want less. That version was protecting me with the best tools it had. I honor it, and I release it, because what is coming requires the full size of who I was made to be, and I am no longer willing to make myself smaller than that. Now, this next one, I want you to receive this one slowly, for the good thing that was removed, the one that was genuinely right, the one that hurt most to let go of, because you could not find anything wrong with it. The one whose removal still asks a question you have not been able to answer. I want to speak directly to the grief of that one. What God protected from arriving before you were ready to hold it, He did not take back. He preserved it. He placed it in trust. He continued preparing it, and you simultaneously. The version of you that is coming, the one that is being built in the cleared space right now, that version is ready, or is becoming ready. And what was preserved for it is not diminished by the weight. It was protected by it. I release the grief of the good thing that came before I was ready. And I declare that the God who removes also restores, in the right form, in the right season, when what was promised meets the version of me that can hold it without breaking. And for category 7, for the access points that were closed, for the openings that God shut before they could be used against you, I declare this: nothing that was ordained for me can be revoked. No strategy against my assignment is more powerful than the God who authored it. Every door that was closed by authority greater than what was trying to walk through it. I am not a person who is lived at by forces I cannot see. I am a person who is covered by a force that sees everything. What was removed from me was not a loss, it was an eviction. And I received the protection of that eviction, whether or not I understood it at the time. Now, I hear the Father speaking this, and I want to deliver it to you as directly as I am able. I did not empty your hands to leave them empty. I cleared the space because something is coming that requires both hands. Something that has been in preparation since before you first started asking why things were taken. What I removed from your path was not cruelty, it was surgery. And what comes next is the life the surgery was preparing for. You have been asking why I took what I took, but the question that your future is already answering is different. It is, look at what I made room for. I did not bring you this far to stop the story at the removal. I brought you this far because the arrival requires everything the removal created. The cleared space, the protected vacancy, the version of you that only exists because of what was taken. You are not the sum of your losses. You are the architecture of what is coming for you. Sit in that for a moment. Do not rush past it. Let it complete what it came here to do. You are protected. You are positioned. You are sent. Take a breath. A full one. What just happened in this closing is not performance. It is not a script. It is a shift in the orientation of your inner life. And shifts like this do not complete themselves in a moment. They continue, they reverberate, they find the places in you where the old name was still attached, and they gently, consistently replace it with the correct one. In the next 24 hours, pay attention. Do not force anything, but pay attention to what arrives in your awareness. A thought that feels new, a direction that feels cleaner than before, a synchronicity that you would have dismissed as coincidence before today, but that now carries a different weight. That is the declaration continuing to work. You did not watch a video today. You received a recalibration. The way you see your past has shifted. The way you will interpret the next closed door, the next removal, the next ending that asks why, that has shifted too. And that shift is permanent. You cannot unsee what you have seen today. You cannot unknow the mechanism. And the next time something is removed from your life, you will not only ask why it was taken, you will ask what it is making room for. That question changes everything. Now, one more thing before you go. The research I described, the 34 years of work from Dr. Robert Lake, the tool that makes gamma accessible again in 7 minutes. The link for that is still in the description and the pinned comment below. If what we talked about today resonated and you want to do something practical about the specific capacity that was suppressed in you, that is where it is. The $39 access, the 4 bonuses, the guarantee, all of it still stands. All of it is still available through the one verified link I placed there. Type I receive in the comments if you are ready to take that step, or just type it as a declaration over your own life, because that word, I receive, is not passive. It is an act of spiritual positioning. It is you telling the universe that the cleared space is open, that you are not bracing for more loss, that you are ready for what was always coming. I want to ask you one more thing. If you have been here since the beginning of this message, if you stayed through all 7 categories, through the mechanism, through the declaration, then I want you to do something that will cost you almost nothing and will matter more than you realize. Type I am still here in the comments. Just those 4 words. Because right now, someone else who is earlier in this journey than you, someone who is still deep in the grief of a removal they cannot explain, is going to scroll through those comments and see your words. And your 4 words are going to tell them that the other side of this exists, that the person who stayed and received and declared and kept going is real, that it is possible. And if today shifted something deeper, if the mechanism is clearer, If the reframe landed in a way that actually changed the question you are carrying, type, "I see it," because that is the declaration of someone who has moved from grief to understanding. And that movement is one of the most significant things that can happen in a human life. And if you are ready, if the cleared space in your life is open and you are done waiting for the old thing to come back, and you are ready to receive what is actually coming, type, "I am ready." Let that be your declaration for this season. Not "I hope so," not "maybe." I am ready. And if today you received something that shifted not just your understanding but your identity, if you feel the truth of who you are in a way that goes beyond the losses and the removals and the pain of the closed doors, then I want you to type the declaration that closes everything we did today. I am the chosen one, not as arrogance, not as a claim above others, as a recognition, as a receiving of the identity that was placed on you before you were old enough to question it, as the answer to every loss that ever made you wonder if you were meant for something real. You were always meant for something real. And what God removed was not the evidence against that. It was the preparation for it. Everything that was taken was protecting you, and everything that is coming has already been cleared a path to reach you. You are not at the end of your story. You are at the beginning of the chapter the clearance was always building toward. And that chapter has already started. Chosen one, you have been carrying a question that has no clean answer. Not a question you ask out loud, one that lives underneath everything else, underneath the prayers, underneath the patience, underneath the trying and the waiting and the getting back up again. The question is, why does my life feel like it is missing something I cannot name? I want to answer that question today, not with a general encouragement, with something specific, because what you have been feeling, that pull, that knowing, that strange ache for something you have never held but somehow recognize, that is not confusion. Brushing, that is contact. That is your spirit brushing up against a truth that God has been holding close, waiting for a season exactly like this one to release it into your hands. God has a secret about your life, not had, has, living, present, breathing. And here is the thing I need you to understand before I unfold it. He was not keeping it from you. He was keeping it for you. There is a difference, and the difference changes everything. What you are about to receive is not new information. It is a name for something you have already been living. It is a homecoming, disguised as a revelation. And the reason today is the day, not yesterday, not a year from now, specifically today, is because what is being released requires the exact version of you that showed up here. The one who stayed, the one who is still here. That version is ready. Stay with me. What is about to be said was always meant to reach you. I want you to picture this for a moment. Wherever you are right now, whether it is late at night and the house has finally gone quiet, or it is early morning and the day has not yet made its demands, there is a stillness around you that is not accidental. You did not arrive here by a random sequence of events. Something was moving before you clicked, before you found this, before the thought even formed in your mind to look. The path that brought you here was already being laid. And I know what your life has felt like from the inside, not from the outside, where things may look functional enough. From the inside, where you carry the weight of something you cannot fully explain to anyone. A season that has lasted longer than you expected. A silence that should have broken by now but has not. A feeling of being on the edge of something that keeps not arriving. You have been in that place. Some of you have been in it for months, some for years. And the question underneath all of it, the one you stopped asking out loud because you were tired of not hearing an answer, is this. Is there actually a purpose to this? Is something real being built here? Or am I simply waiting for something that is not coming? I am here to tell you it is coming. More than that, it is already here. And what I want to do today is give you the name for it. Because the season you are in has a name. The silence has a name. The ache has a name. And when you have the name for something, you stop being afraid of it. So, stay, because before this message ends, I am going to walk you through something that I believe will change how you see everything that has happened in your life, not just what is coming, but what has already been happening. I am going to show you the signs that are already present in your body and your spirit right now. I am going to give you a word from the original Hebrew that will reframe what this season actually is. And I am going to name something over you, a declaration, an activation that I believe you will carry long after you leave this space today. Do not go anywhere. What is being said here was placed in front of you for a reason. Now let me start where it matters most. Not with promise, with recognition. There are some people who find their way to a message like this one, and they are doing fine. They are curious, they are growing, they have a general sense that things are going well. This is not a message for them. This message is for the ones who came here carrying something. The ones for whom the last stretch, however long that stretch has been, has felt like walking through water. Everything slower than it should be. Everything heavier than it ought to be. Everything requiring more from you than it seems to require from anyone else. If that is you and something in you already knows whether it is, then I want to name what you have been carrying, because I believe you have been carrying it without anyone giving it a proper name. You have been asking why your life is going this way and finding no satisfying answer. You have prayed prayers that felt like they dissolved before they cleared the ceiling. You have watched people around you move into things, into clarity, into relationships, into provision, into purpose, while you stood in what felt like the same place, wondering what you were missing. You have had moments of near breakthrough, moments where it almost looked like the thing was arriving, and then it did not. And you held on. You kept going. You are still here. That is not failure. That is formation. Type, I am still here in the comments right now, if this is where you are. Now I want to talk about something that most people call symptoms. I want to call them signs, because there are things happening in your body and in your spirit right now that are not evidence that something is wrong with you. They are evidence that something is happening in you that the ordinary instruments of daily life do not have the capacity to measure. The first sign is a kind of tiredness that sleep does not fix. You are not sick. You are not depressed in the clinical sense. But there is a weariness in your bones that rest does not touch. You wake up and the tiredness is still there, waiting. Your body is processing a weight that your mind has not yet been given the language for. That is not breakdown. That is your physical form, carrying a spiritual load that is larger than your current season can fully explain. It is real. It is happening. And it is not a sign that something is wrong. It is a sign that something significant is moving through you. The second sign is emotional weather that arrives without warning. Peace that turns to sadness. Sadness that turns to hope. Hope that turns to grief. Sometimes all in the same afternoon, with no clear external trigger. You feel unstable. You wonder if you are overreacting. You are not. What you are experiencing is the movement of something old being released and something new settling in. When ice melts, the water is temporarily turbulent before it finds its level. That is what is happening inside you. The emotional waves are not chaos, they are clearing. The third sign is that your dreams have become more vivid than usual. Not always pleasant, sometimes disorienting, but there is a quality to them, a realness, a weight that ordinary dreams do not have, as if the space of sleep has become a different kind of space. Something is being worked out in those hours that your waking mind cannot access. Pay attention to the impressions that stay with you after you wake. Not the details of the dream necessarily, the feeling, because the feeling is often the message. The fourth sign is that things that used to feel normal now feel suffocating. Environments that were once comfortable now feel small. Conversations that once felt fine now drain you within minutes. You pull away and you feel guilty for pulling away. You think you are becoming difficult. You are not. You are becoming discerning. There is a difference between those two things, and the difference matters. Your tolerance is changing because your frequency is changing. What once matched you no longer matches you. That is not a problem. That is a sign of movement. And the fifth sign, the one that many of you will recognize most immediately, is the patterns, the numbers that repeat at specific moments, the song that plays at the exact second you needed to hear something, the conversation you overhear that answers the question you asked in private. These are not coincidences. They are not your mind finding patterns in random data. They are the language of a God who does not always speak in words. Sometimes he speaks in patterns. And when you begin to notice the patterns, it means you are beginning to hear in a new way. What you called anxiety was actually attunement. What you called oversensitivity was actually awareness. What you called being too much was actually being prepared for more. These 5 signs are not symptoms of a problem. They are the fingerprints of a God who is actively doing something in you that has not yet been fully revealed. And this is where we begin to move toward the secret. I want to tell you about a man named Joseph. Not the broad strokes version most people know, the interior version. What was actually happening inside a season that, from the outside, looked like abandonment. Joseph had a dream when he was 17 years old. A dream that was so specific, so vivid, so clearly from a source beyond himself, that he could not keep it to himself. And that dream, the very thing given to him as a sign of calling, became the first thing used against him. His brothers sold him. He was taken to a foreign country. He served faithfully in Potiphar's house and was falsely accused. He was thrown in prison. And the dream, the promise, went quiet. Years passed, not months, years. Joseph was in prison with no sign that the dream was still operative. No angel appeared. No supernatural confirmation arrived. From the outside, it looked like God had forgotten. From the inside, Joseph had to choose every single day whether to believe that what was shown to him was still true. But here is what I want you to see. In that prison, in that exact season of hiddenness and silence, Joseph was being given a practice he could not have gotten anywhere else. 2 men came to him with dreams they could not interpret, and Joseph interpreted them, not with a formula he learned, with a gift that had been developing in the quiet. He was being trained in private for the exact assignment that would define his public life, and he did not know it. He was being tested in private. He was being trained in isolation. He was being prepared in obscurity. Every day you have spent in your wilderness that felt wasted was not wasted. It was practice. It was the prison interpretation before the palace assignment. You cannot see yet what you are being trained for. Joseph could not see it either. But the training was real, and the moment it was needed, everything Joseph went through in the silence would snap into place like a key turning in a lock. What looked like abandonment was architecture. What looked like delay was development. What looked like the ground going quiet was the ground growing. And this brings me to the reframe I want to give you. The one that I believe you need more than any other today. God's secret about your life is not only about what is coming. The secret is about what is already happening beneath the surface, right now, in the season you think is empty. The seed does not look like the tree. When a seed is in the ground, in the dark, surrounded by what feels like nothing, there is no evidence from above the soil that anything is occurring. But below the surface, the root system is expanding. The cellular structure is reorganizing. The entire architecture of the future tree is being laid in a darkness the seed cannot see past. The tree is not coming. The tree is already becoming. That is you. That is this season. Silence is not absence. Hiddenness is not being forgotten. The ground going quiet is not the ground going empty. Type "I see it" in the comments right now if something in you is beginning to recognize this. But what I have shared with you so far, as real as it is only the first layer. There is something deeper underneath it. There is a specific word, an ancient word, that when you understand what it actually means, it will reframe everything I have just said. And it will change how you read, not just this season, but every season you have walked through. There is also something that neuroscientists have been researching for decades, a specific state of the brain, a frequency that children naturally possess, and that gradually goes quiet in most adults, that I believe connects directly to what we are talking about today. I will come back to that. But first, I want to give you that word, because it is the key to the second layer of the secret. And the second layer is deeper than anything we have touched so far. I promised you a word, here it is. In the original Hebrew, in Psalm 25-14, there is a verse that reads, "The secret of the Lord is with those who fear him." Most people read that and think of a secret as information being withheld, something kept behind a closed door, a thing you are not allowed to know. But the word in the Hebrew text is sod, and sod does not mean hidden information. Sod has its root in the idea of an intimate circle, a council of trusted companions, the kind of gathering where what is said only among those who are close enough to be trusted with it. This is not the secret of a stranger. This is the secret shared between people who know each other deeply. Think of it this way. When you share something with the one person in your life you trust completely, the thing you have never said to anyone else, that is a different kind of sharing than an announcement. It is sod. It is intimate counsel. It is the language of relationship, not transaction. And this is what God has been holding about your life. Not information kept from an outsider. Intimate counsel being prepared for someone on the inside. You are not outside the circle. You are being drawn into the innermost one. That waiting was not wasted. That silence was not wasted. That wilderness was not wasted. It was the preparation of someone being brought close enough to receive what cannot be given from a distance. Type "I receive it" if this is landing somewhere real in you right now. Now I want to talk about the wilderness, not as a general concept, as your specific experience of the season you have been in, because I believe some of you have been in a desert that has lasted long enough that you have started to wonder whether the desert is your permanent address. It is not. But I want to tell you 3 things that are happening in the wilderness that you cannot see while you are in it. 3 reasons the desert is not punishment. 3 reasons it is, in fact, the most active season of your formation. The first is this. There are things being built in you right now that can only be built here. You cannot learn to carry authority in a classroom. You cannot develop the kind of discernment that comes from navigating real confusion in a comfortable room. The character that is forming in you during this season, the patience that is not passive, the faith that has been tested and held that is not generic development. That is specific to your assignment, and your assignment requires it. You cannot be sent where you are being sent without what is being formed in you right now. You were not delayed. You were being differentiated. You were not forgotten. You were being formed. You were not overlooked. You were being prepared for what overlooked people cannot handle. The second thing happening in the wilderness is a clearing. Relationships that needed to complete have been completing. Environments that were too small for what is coming have been becoming uncomfortable on purpose. I want to say something carefully here, because I know this part has cost some of you significantly. Some people had to leave your life, and their leaving felt like loss. It may still feel like loss. I am not going to tell you it did not hurt, because it did. But the people who exited were not mistakes. They were the right companions for a version of you that is being outgrown. And the version of you that is emerging, the one that is being prepared for the secret, requires space that certain presences were filling. You are allowed to acknowledge that some chapters had to close. You are allowed to grieve what closed without it, meaning the closing was wrong. The third thing happening in the wilderness, and this is the one most people miss entirely, is the stripping of a false identity. The wilderness has a way of removing the layers of self that were constructed for survival rather than calling. The version of you that needed external validation to feel real. The version that made yourself smaller so certain relationships would be comfortable. The version that kept the ceiling low because a higher ceiling felt presumptuous. What had to die in the wilderness was not you. It was the version of you that was too small for what is coming. Now I want to tell you about Esther. Esther was in a position that required her to keep something hidden. Her identity as a Jewish woman was not publicly known. And that hiddenness, that specific, deliberate concealment, was not a liability. It was the exact condition required for the specific moment she was being preserved for. Mordecai said to her, "Who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" She was not hidden because she was unimportant. She was hidden because what she carried was too significant to be exposed before the right moment. The weight of what she was going to do required that she arrive at the moment undamaged by premature exposure. The right door, the right moment, the right version of her. What you are carrying right now, the gift that has not been publicly activated, the calling that has not been publicly confirmed, the assignment that is still forming in the quiet, that is not a liability. That is Esther before the banquet, and there is a moment coming for which you are the exact person required. Not an approximation of you. You, specifically, carrying exactly what you have been carrying, formed by exactly what you have walked through. What felt like isolation was positioning. What felt like exclusion was preparation. What felt like the door not opening was God holding it closed until the right moment to walk through. Type, "I am ready," if something in you feels this shift happening right now. Now I want to give you something practical, something you can begin tonight. I call it the backward reading method, and it is exactly what it sounds like. I want you to do this in your mind right now, not on paper. In your imagination, walk backward through your life, not with regret, not cataloging failures. Walk backward with the eyes of someone who is now beginning to understand that nothing was accidental. Think of 3 moments, 3 specific turning points in your life that at the time felt like disruptions. A door that closed, a relationship that ended, a plan that fell through. 3 of them. Now look at where those disruptions led. Where did the closed door root you? What did the ended relationship prevent or protect? What did the fallen plan make space for? I am not asking you to spiritualize every painful thing into something convenient. I am asking you to notice the pattern, because the same hand that was faithful in those moments is the same hand that is present in this one. The consistency of that faithfulness does not change based on whether you can currently see it. The backward reading method is not about predicting your future. It is about building the evidence base for a faith that is not naive. You have been carried before. The evidence is in your own story if you look at it backward. Hold that in your mind for a moment. Let it settle. Now, there is something I want to come back to, something I mentioned earlier that I want to develop now, because it connects directly to what we are talking about. There is a state of the brain that neuroscientists have been studying for decades, a specific frequency, a specific type of brainwave activity that is linked to what researchers describe as heightened intuition, creative clarity, and what some have called the flow state, the condition in which everything feels aligned, effortless, and connected. Researchers at institutions like Princeton and MIT have been documenting this frequency in EEG studies. They call it gamma. And here is what is remarkable about it. Children have it naturally. Young children, the ones who learn with extraordinary speed, who ask questions that stop adults in their tracks, who dream in vivid color and wake up believing impossible things. They are operating in gamma states naturally and consistently. And then something happens. Gradually, between the ages of roughly 7 and 12, the presence of this frequency in daily brain activity begins to decline. Not because of a medical event, because of the accumulation of a specific kind of input, the grinding repetition of a world that rewards compliance over curiosity, performance over presence, output over alignment. Scientists who study this call it the decline effect. And here is why I am telling you this now, in the context of what we have been talking about. If you are watching this message, if you are the kind of person who finds their way to a message about calling and secret and formation, the likelihood is that your gamma was not average to begin with. The sensitivity you have always had, the depth of feeling, the way you perceive things that others move past without noticing, the intuitions that have occasionally been accurate in ways you could not explain. That is not personality quirk. That is a brain that was built for a specific frequency, a frequency that the world has been gradually turning down since you were a child. The distance between who you were as a child and who you feel like now, that gap that is partly the decline effect at work. I will say more about this in a moment. But first, I want to take you deeper into the secret, because everything I have said so far, the signs, the wilderness, the sod, the backward reading, all of it is the preparation for what I want to say next. The secret does not end with you. It was never only about you. This is the layer that I believe will shift something fundamental in how you understand your calling. Stay with me. The secret God has been holding about your life is not only about what you personally receive, it is about what you carry for others. And this is the layer that changes everything. There are people who are gifted in ways that are primarily for their own flourishing, and that is a real and valid thing. But there is another category of people, and I believe you are sitting in this category, or you would not have found your way to this message, for whom the gift, the calling, the formation, the wilderness, the preparation is not only for themselves. It is for a lineage. It is for a room they have not yet entered. It is for people they have not yet met, who are waiting for someone with exactly their specific combination of wound and wisdom and willingness. The secret God has been holding about your life is not a destination. It is not a specific event that will eventually happen. The secret is a person, and that person is you, the full, undiminished, uncompromised version of you that has been forming in the quiet. I want to read you 5 names now, not as a list, as a recognition. When I say each one, I want you to notice what happens in the space behind your sternum. Not analysis, not intellectual evaluation, just attention, because one or more of these is not new information. It is an old truth you already carry, but have never had permission to name out loud. The first is the seer. The seer is the one who sees what others walk past, the one who senses the atmosphere of a room when they enter it, who perceives something shifting in a situation before anyone else has the language for it, who has spent their life being told that they are too sensitive, that they read too much into things, that their perceptions are not reliable because they cannot always be explained logically. Here is the secret about the seer. That sensitivity is not your weakness. That sensitivity is your antenna. It was not given to you to make you suffer. It was given to you to make you useful in ways that require someone who can see what others cannot. The second is the truth carrier. The truth carrier is the one who cannot live comfortably inside a lie, who feels the inauthenticity of a situation before it becomes visible, who has sometimes paid a real social price for refusing to pretend that something is fine when it is not, who has been called difficult, oversensitive, too much, not a team player, because the truth they carry does not always make the room comfortable. Here is the secret about the truth carrier. That discomfort you create in certain rooms is not evidence that you are doing something wrong. It is confirmation that you are doing the thing you were made for. The third is the cycle breaker. The cycle breaker is the one who ends something, not because they chose a dramatic role, but because something in them was built differently, wired to refuse what previous generations normalized, to stop at themselves what should have stopped generations before them. The cycle breaker often carries an unusual weight of pain, because they are processing not just their own story but layers beneath it. And here is the secret about the cycle breaker. What you have carried alone is what you are preventing the ones who come after you from having to carry. The heaviness you felt was not a curse. It was the cost of being the one who breaks it. The fourth is the voice. The voice is the one who articulates what others feel but cannot say, who has been given a language through suffering, through depth of experience, through the specific formation of their wilderness that speaks to places in people that nothing else reaches. The voice has often been silenced in early seasons, told to be quiet, made to feel that what they had to say was not important, or not appropriate, or not welcome. Here is the secret about the voice. The silence of the wilderness was not suppression. It was the forming of what you are going to say. What was prepared in your quiet is the language of your assignment. When the time comes, and it is coming, you will open your mouth, and people will recognize the sound. Not because you have mastered presentation, because what you carry is real. And the fifth is the pioneer. The pioneer is the one who goes first, who steps into territory that has no map, no guarantee, no community of people who have been there before to tell them what to expect. The pioneer has often felt profoundly alone in their path, not just circumstantially, but existentially, as if the journey they are on was designed for one person, and that person somehow turned out to be them. Here is the secret about the pioneer. Your path has no map, because you are writing the map. The reason your journey looks different from everyone around you is because it is different. You were sent somewhere new, and the people who come behind you will find the path because you were willing to go first without one. That is not who you became. That is who you have always been. Type "I carry it" in the comments right now if something in you recognizes one of these names. You do not need to pick only one. Now I need to say something to the part of you that heard all of that and immediately felt a resistance. A voice that says, "That sounds arrogant. That sounds presumptuous. Who are you to claim something like that? What if you are misreading the signs? What if all of this applies to someone else, and you have just convinced yourself it is about you?" I want to speak directly to that voice. That doubt you are feeling is not disqualification. It is not a sign that you got it wrong. Do you know what it actually is? It is the mark of someone who takes the weight of calling seriously. The people who crashed under prominence, who could not carry what they were given, who imploded when the elevation arrived, most of them had no doubt, because they had no awareness of what the weight actually required. They picked it up without knowing what they were holding. Your hesitation is your wisdom. Your reluctance to claim something you are not certain you can carry is exactly the sign that you are ready to carry it. And there is something else I want to name here, because I think some of you are carrying a fear you have not given a name to yet. Not the fear of failure, the fear of success, the specific quiet terror of, what if I actually get what I have been asking for? What if the breakthrough arrives and I become someone I no longer recognize? What if the people who know me cannot follow me to where I am going? What if I rise and it costs me things I cannot yet anticipate? That fear is not a sign you should not rise. That fear is a sign you understand what rising costs. You are not afraid of the blessing. You are afraid of the responsibility that comes with being someone others look to. And that awareness, that sobriety about the weight of it is called maturity. The people who fear success because they fear the responsibility are the exact people who should be trusted with it. You went in asking why, and you are coming out knowing your assignment. You went in doubting your worth, and you are coming out standing in your calling. You went in carrying the weight alone, and you are coming out knowing it was never meant for one person. Now, before I go further, I want to share something with you. A story. I am not going to use a name, but the details are real. There was a woman, 38 years old, who had spent over a decade going through every practice available to her. Meditation retreats, yoga intensives, spiritual workshops. She was sincere in all of it. She was not looking for shortcuts. She genuinely wanted the thing most people are looking for, which is a real connection, the felt sense that the universe is not indifferent, that something is aware of her, that her life has a meaning that is not self-constructed, and every practice brought her to the edge of that experience without fully delivering it. She described it as standing in front of a door she could feel but could not open. The practices were real. The intention was real. But something was not completing. She said she eventually arrived at a place of exhaustion with trying. Not hopelessness, exactly. More like, I have used everything I know how to use, and I still do not have the thing I am looking for. And then something shifted. She stopped explaining herself to the people around her. She stopped making herself available for conversations that drained the frequency she was trying to maintain. She entered 40 days of what she described as protected quiet, not a retreat, just a deliberate protection of the space inside her daily life. No dramatic gestures, just silence held with intention. On the other side of that 40 days, she said the word she would use was not answered prayer. It was not breakthrough. The word she used was synchronicities, as if the universe had learned her language, or more accurately, as if she had learned the universe's language and the two had finally arrived in the same conversation. Things that could not be explained began to occur at a frequency that went beyond coincidence. Connections arrived without effort. Clarity came without forcing. She proved herself in silence before she was recognized in public. I tell you this story because what she experienced in those 40 days is directly connected to something I want to explain now. Something that the neuroscientists have a name for. That state she entered, that condition of protected frequency, of reduced noise, of deliberate alignment, is not mystical in the way we typically use that word. It is measurable, it is reproducible, and it has everything to do with what I mentioned earlier about gamma. Here is what the research shows. When the brain is in gamma state, when that specific high-frequency brainwave activity is present, the experience is consistently described in the same terms across different people in different contexts. Heightened intuition, unexpected clarity, a sense of connection to something larger than the ordinary self, creative insights that arrive without being forced, synchronicities that cannot be rationally explained. These are not metaphors. These are documented experiential reports from neurological research. Dr. Robert Lake spent 34 years studying this. 34 years at the intersection of neuroscience and human potential, working with institutions, including Princeton. And his finding, the one that took the most years to arrive at and the most effort to develop into something practical, was this. The gamma state is not permanently gone in adults. The decline effect is real. The suppression is real. But it is not irreversible. The question is how to restore it. And what Dr. Lake discovered is that the most direct, the most efficient pathway to restoring gamma is not meditation in the traditional sense, which requires months or years of consistent practice before the brain begins to reorganize toward that frequency. The most direct pathway is brain entrainment through specifically engineered audio technology. Sound frequencies designed with the precision of decades of research to guide the brain back into the state it occupied naturally as a child. He developed a 7-minute audio track. That is the length. 7 minutes listened to through headphones in a relaxed state. No practice required, no technique to learn, no years of discipline. The technology does the work of entrainment directly. The brain follows the frequency the way it was designed to. He called it the genius song. Now, I want to be clear with you about what this is and what it is not. This is not a magic solution. It is not a substitute for the formation and the wilderness and the calling work we have been talking about. What it is a tool, a recalibration device for the frequency that was always yours, but that the world gradually turned down. It is a way of giving your brain access to the state in which the intuition operates clearly. The synchronicities become recognizable, and the spiritual sensitivity that is already yours stops being blocked by the noise of a frequency that was never designed for you. To activate gamma through biofeedback equipment, the clinical method costs $7,000 for the equipment alone. A single session with a specialist who uses this technology costs $300. And traditional meditation, honestly applied, requires a sustained practice of months before the brain begins to meaningfully shift. Dr. Lake compressed 34 years of research into 7 minutes. The original price of the Genius Song was $49. For the people watching this message, not on any other platform, not available anywhere else, he made it $39. For $39, you receive the 7-minute audio track, access to 4 bonuses, including a tool for helping children maintain their natural gamma before the decline effect takes hold, the book that the film The Secret was drawn from, which retails for $20 on its own, a guided visualization across 4 areas of life, and a framework for the 5 habits most consistently linked to sustained alignment. All of it with a 100% money-back guarantee. No conditions, no time limit on the guarantee. You do not lose anything by trying it. I know what some of you are thinking right now. You have tried things before. You have invested in practices and tools and approaches, and they have not delivered what was promised. I understand that. And I am not asking you to abandon your discernment. I am asking you to notice that what has not worked before was not working because it was not targeting the right thing. Meditation is not the same mechanism as entrainment. Healing music is not engineered frequency. This is a different category. The mechanism is different, and the mechanism is documented. And for those of you for whom $39 is not a casual amount, because it is not for everyone, I want to offer this frame. $39 divided across 365 days is 10 cents per day. 10 cents for the possibility of restoring access to the frequency that was yours before the world turned it down. And if you do not feel any difference after using it, you get every dollar back. The only risk is not trying. There are counterfeit versions of this product online. Audio files that use the name but do not contain the actual entrainment technology. They are ordinary sound files with no embedded frequency work. They do not produce the effect. The only place to get the verified original is through the link in the description and the pinned comment of this video. Do not search for it on Amazon, on any other platform, anywhere else. The link I have provided is the only source for the genuine product with the full technology, the 4 bonuses, and the guarantee intact. If this resonates with you, if what I have said about gamma and the decline effect and the frequency that was yours connects with what you have been experiencing, the information is in the pinned comment. Explore it only if you feel drawn to it. And now I want to say something I promised you at the beginning of this message. I told you that before this was over, I was going to speak something directly over your life. A declaration, an activation, something that I believe will stay with you after you leave this space today. We are almost there. But first I need to bring everything together, because everything I have said, the season signs, the sod, the wilderness, the identities, the gamma, all of it has been pointing at a single truth. And I want to say that truth now, clearly, without qualification. This is the secret, the full version. Stay with me. The secret God has been holding about your life is you, not a destination you are traveling toward. Not a future version of you that does not yet exist. Not something that will become true when the right circumstances arrive. The secret is the person who has been present through every season, every wilderness, every silence, every near breakthrough, every getting back up. That person, that persistent, faithful, unbroken, slowly becoming person, that is what he has been holding. That is what he has been protecting. That is what he has been preparing to release. And I want to say this slowly, because I need it to land properly. The season signs we talked about, the fatigue, the emotional waves, the dreams, the change tolerance, the patterns, those were not evidence that something was wrong. They were the secret being activated. The sod, the intimate counsel being prepared for you, that was the secret being protected. The calling that extends beyond yourself, the identities, the 5 names, that was the secret being positioned for deployment. All of it was the same thing, moving toward the same moment. This moment, and I hear the Father saying, for someone who is hearing this right now, I was not keeping the secret from you. I was keeping it safe, because who you are, what is written over you, what I placed in you before you were formed, was too precious to release into a season that would not honor it. I was not waiting for your perfect performance. I was not waiting for you to earn it. I was waiting for you, the version of you that showed up here, with all the doubt still present, with all the uncertainty still real, with the weariness still in your bones. That version, you have arrived. I want you to do something in your mind right now, in your imagination, not physically, just in the space of your inner sight. I want you to picture yourself standing before something ancient, a scroll, large, old, being slowly unrolled by hands you cannot see. And on that scroll, in a script that feels as though it was written specifically to be read by your eyes, you see your name. Not a category, not a number. Your name. And next to your name are words, not prescriptions, not conditions, not demands. Descriptions. Who you are, what you carry, what was always true about you, even in the seasons you could not feel it. Especially in those seasons. Let the weight of it settle into you, not the weight of burden, the weight of belonging, the weight of being known. You were always in the book. You were never an afterthought. You were never a footnote. You were a deliberate, specific, irreplaceable entry. And what is written there has always been true. Take a breath and let it be real. Now, before we go into the closing, there is something that needs to be released, because you cannot carry what is written over you while also carrying what the old season required you to carry. They do not fit in the same hands at the same time. So, we are going to put some things down right now. Release the story that said you were behind. That story is not true. You are not behind. You are on a timeline that was designed for exactly where you are going. And where you are going does not have a comparable timeline, because no one has been where you are being sent. Release the ceiling, the belief about how high someone like you can reasonably expect to go. That ceiling was constructed from other people's limitations and installed in you without your consent. It does not belong to you. Put it down. Release the old interpretation of the silence. The one that said quiet meant absent. The one that said unanswered meant unheard. You were heard in every season. The response was being prepared in a language you were not yet equipped to receive. You are equipped now. Release the version of yourself that was compact enough to survive the wilderness but too small for what comes next. That version served you. Honor it and release it. Release the comparison, the measuring of yourself against timelines and breakthroughs and elevations that belong to other people's stories. Your story is not a slower version of their story. It is a different story entirely. Release the success terror. The fear of becoming someone you will not recognize. You will recognize who you become. It will feel like finally arriving at something that was always yours. Release the doubt that said this was for someone else. It was not for someone else. You already know this. You knew it the moment you heard your name in that scroll. You went in asking why your life was this way. You are coming out knowing it was always on purpose. You went in feeling like God was silent. You are coming out knowing He was speaking in a language you were not yet equipped to read. You went in with a name others gave you. You are coming out with the name that was always written over you. You went in carrying the question alone. You are coming out knowing it was never meant to be carried alone. You came in. You are not the same person leaving. And right now, all across the world, in different time zones, in different languages, in different circumstances, there are people who carry what you carry, who are receiving what you are receiving tonight. You are not the only one sitting in this. There is a community of people going through this exact shift, this exact season, this exact formation. You are not alone in it. You have never been alone in it. Type, I am changed, if something has shifted in you tonight. If something moved, if something landed, put it in the comments. And now I want to close this. Not quickly, not as a formality, as a ceremony, as a sealing. Because what has been said here deserves to be sealed properly. Take one real breath with me before we begin. We begin with gratitude. We are grateful for every season that brought us to this moment. Not just the easy ones, the ones that cost something. The wilderness seasons, the silent seasons, the seasons when the prayers felt like they dissolved before they cleared the ceiling. We are grateful for those specifically because those are the seasons that formed what is now being released. Thank you for the presence that was there in the midnight hours, even when it could not be felt. Thank you for the protection that operated in the hiddenness. Thank you for the preparation that was happening in the sod, in the intimate quiet, before we had the language to name it. And we acknowledge, He sees every weight that has been carried to arrive here. He saw the faithfulness in the small moments, the prayers you gave up on and prayed again anyway, the belief you lost and found again, the mornings you got up and showed up, when getting up and showing up took everything you had. None of that was invisible. Every moment of it was witnessed. Every bit of it was held. You were seen in every season you felt unseen. Now we release the old story. The one that said we were behind, that we were too late, that the window had already passed. We release it. We release the old ceiling, the one installed by other people's limitations, by systems that needed us small, by seasons that required we stay quiet. We release it. We release the old wound, the specific one, the rejection, the betrayal, the disappointment that became a definition. We release it. It does not define us. It formed us. And what it formed has now been named. We release the old comparison, every measuring of our timeline against someone else's chapter. We release it. We release the old interpretation of silence, the one that said absent, the one that said forgotten, the one that said no. We release it. We release the old small identity, the one that was compact enough to survive. We release it now, with honor and without apology. We release the old fear of being seen, of rising fully, of carrying the full weight of what was written over us. We release it. And now we activate. We activate the seer, the eyes that perceive what others walk past, the sensitivity that is not weakness but antenna. We open the discernment. We trust what is seen. We activate the truth carrier, the voice that cannot be comfortable with comfortable lies, the courage to carry what is true even when the room is not ready for it. We open the voice. We trust what is known. We activate the cycle breaker, the authority to end what came before, the grace to stop at ourselves what should have stopped generations ago. We activate the breaking. The patterns do not continue past this point. We activate the voice. What was formed in the silence is now being commissioned. The language prepared in the wilderness is now being released for its assignment. The words that are coming, they are ready. The ones who need to hear them are already waiting. We activate the pioneer, the willingness to go first without a map, the faith to walk into uncharted territory, knowing that the path is being laid beneath our feet as we move. We activate the going. We do not wait for the map. We are the map. We activate the right connections, the relationships that match the frequency of what is now emerging. We activate the divine appointments, the people, the rooms, the doors that are aligned with what has been written over us. Let what is for us arrive. Let what is not for us complete. And we cover what is rising. What is being built here is not ready for every eye. We cover it from premature exposure. We guard it from the voices that would name it before its time. We guard it from the self-sabotage that arrives when something good begins to feel real. Every pattern of blowing things up when the breakthrough gets close, we cut it at the root tonight. It does not come with us. We guard this from the comparison that will arrive when others begin to notice the shift. What is being released over this life is specific to this life. It cannot be measured against any other timeline. And now we declare, I am a seer. I trust what I see. The perception that was called oversensitivity was discernment all along, and I receive it as the gift it has always been. I am a truth carrier. I will not be made comfortable by comfortable things that are not true. My discomfort in certain rooms is confirmation, not correction. I am a cycle breaker. The patterns that ran before me stop at me, not as a burden, as an honor. I carry the authority of the last generation in a broken line. I am a voice. What was formed in my silence has a name, and its name is my assignment. When the time comes to speak, I will speak, and those who need to hear it will recognize the sound. I am a pioneer. My path has no map because I am writing the map. The ones who come after me will find their way because I was willing to go first. And I hear the Father saying, I confirm every word. I have seen you. I have always seen you. What was secret I now declare. What was held in the sod I now release. You were never behind. You were never forgotten. You were never a question I had not answered. You were the answer I was preparing. Go. Don't say amen yet. I want you to sit in that for 60 seconds. Let it move through every part of you that has been holding a question for a long time. Let it reach the places that still feel uncertain. Let it find the corners of you that have been waiting for someone to say, yes, this is real. This was always real. You did not imagine it. 60 seconds of receiving, not analyzing, not evaluating, receiving. It is done. It is sealed. We receive it. And so it is. Amen. Take one real breath and carry this with you. If this message reached something in you today, if something shifted even slightly, even in a way you cannot fully name, yet share it with someone who has been unusually quiet lately. Someone who has been going through a shift they cannot explain. Someone who stopped asking certain questions out loud because they were tired of the silence. They need to know that the silence was never the answer. It was the preparation. And the preparation is complete. The link for the Genius song is in the description and in the pinned comment below. If what I shared about gamma and the decline effect resonated with you, investigate it. It is $39 with a complete money-back guarantee. The only verified source for the original product with the full technology and all 4 bonuses is the link I have provided. Do not search for it anywhere else. Stay connected to this space. What is being built here is not finished. There is more being prepared. And if this message found you today, the next one will find you too. I will see you there. There is a kind of tired that has no name. It is not the tired that comes from working too hard. It is not the tired that sleep fixes. It is the tired that lives behind your eyes when you have been believing for something for a long time and the evidence still has not shown up. You have been praying, maybe for months, maybe for years. Some nights you prayed quietly, with your hands folded and your heart open. Other nights you prayed with tears you could not explain, a desperation that surprised even you. And every morning you woke up and looked for the sign, the call, the door, the shift, and every morning the same silence. So you did what any exhausted believer does. You started wondering, maybe I prayed wrong. Maybe I asked for too much. Maybe I am not the kind of person this happens for. And then you kept going anyway. Not because you had certainty, but because something in you refused to let go. I need you to hear this right now, before anything else. That refusal is not stubbornness. That is not denial. That is not you lying to yourself about your circumstances. That is faith behaving exactly the way it is supposed to behave. And I want to tell you something today that I need you to actually receive, not just hear, but receive at a level deeper than your current exhaustion. What you have been praying for is already moving, not eventually. Not hang in there. It's coming soon. Already. Right now. In this actual moment, in the real material world, in the invisible architecture beneath everything you can currently see, the answer to your prayer is in motion. I know that sounds like something people say to make you feel better. I know you may have heard versions of this before, but I am not here to make you feel better. I am here to show you something. I am going to give you a framework today for reading your own season, a way of seeing what divine movement looks like when it is still underground. I am going to show you the 5 signs that appear in the life of someone whose prayer is already being answered, even when nothing on the surface has changed yet. I am going to take you inside a story from ancient wisdom that describes exactly where you are standing and show you something in that story most people miss entirely. And I am going to give you a specific practice, a mental posture that positions you to receive what is already moving toward you instead of unknowingly blocking it. By the time this is over, you will not need me to tell you something is moving. You will see it yourself. So let us begin there, with where you actually are. It is late, maybe 11 at night, maybe 2 in the morning, or maybe it is the middle of the day, and you look perfectly fine from the outside. But inside, there is this hum, this low, persistent awareness that something is not yet what it is supposed to be. You are going through the motions, showing up, doing the next right thing. But underneath all of it is a question you have stopped saying out loud, because saying it out loud feels dangerous. Is my prayer actually being heard? You are lying there and the ceiling tells you nothing. The room is quiet, but your mind is not. You pick up your phone and put it down and pick it up again, not because there is something you need to see, but because the stillness is too loud. You run through the inventory what you still do not have, what still has not happened, who still has not come through, and your chest feels tighter than it should. Your thoughts are louder than the situation warrants, and your spirit, even your spirit, feels crowded, even when you are physically alone. That feeling, that specific combination of physical weight and spiritual longing, that is not weakness, that is not lack of faith. That is what it feels like to be in the most important preparation season of your life, while having no visible evidence that preparation is happening. And the reason you cannot see the evidence is not because nothing is happening. It is because the most significant movements always begin beneath the surface. Every tree that has ever produced fruit spent months growing in the dark before anything appeared above ground. Every building that has ever stood tall had its most intense construction period underground before a single wall went up, before a single window was placed, long before anyone walking past could see what was being built. That is where you are, and I want to show you the signs that prove it. Because if you are in this season, and I believe you are, or you would not still be here, there are specific things happening in your life right now that most people misread entirely. They look like problems, they look like delays, they look like loss, but every single one of them is a marker. Every single one of them is evidence that what you prayed for is already moving. Let me show you the first one. The first sign is what I call the sacred restlessness. You know what I am talking about. It is this inability to be fully at peace with where you are. Not because you are ungrateful, not because you are greedy, not because you have not tried hard enough to be content, but because something inside you keeps knowing there is more. A deeper call, a larger life. A version of your story that has not yet been written. You sit in a meeting that used to feel important, and you notice it no longer touches that place inside you. You look at plans you made 2 years ago and realize you have quietly outgrown them without anyone giving you permission to do that. You are doing the right things, the responsible things, but there is this persistent feeling underneath all of it that says, this is not the whole story. There is something else, something larger. And it is not here yet. Most people call that feeling discontentment. Most people call it ingratitude. Most people, including sometimes yourself, respond to it with guilt. You think, who am I to want more? Who am I to feel unsatisfied with what I have? I should be grateful. I want to reframe something for you right now. That restlessness is not ingratitude. That is not you failing to appreciate your life. That is your spirit, recognizing the gap between where you are and where you are being prepared to go. When a bird that was born to fly begins to feel confined in a space that used to feel fine, that is not ingratitude. That is the wingspan growing. That is the signal that the season of confinement is serving its purpose and is not designed to be permanent. The restlessness is not the problem. The restlessness is the evidence. The restlessness means your spirit has already received information about the next chapter that your circumstances have not caught up to yet. Your spirit is not confused. Your spirit is not lying to you. Your spirit knows something is moving, and it is responding to that movement with an orientation. Like a compass needle responding to a magnetic field that your eyes cannot see. If you have been feeling that, if that restlessness has been with you for a while, an uncomfortable companion that you do not know what to do with, I want you to do something right now. I want you to type in the comments the words, "I am still here," not because I need to know you are watching, but because there is going to be someone who comes to this video in a dark moment, in their worst night, in their most exhausted season, and they are going to scroll down and see that someone who felt exactly what they are feeling did not give up. Those 3 words are not just for you, they are for the person who comes after you. They are part of the movement. I am still here. And if you are still here, if you are still praying, still believing, still showing up, I need you to understand something. The fact that you are still here is not nothing. It is not a default. It is not the consolation prize for someone who has not yet received what they asked for. It is one of the most significant spiritual facts about who you are. Most people do not stay. Most people give up long before they reach the season where everything breaks open. The statistics of faith are not encouraging the majority of people who begin the journey of sustained belief turn back before the breakthrough arrives. Not because they are weak, because the season between the prayer and the answer is designed to feel like abandonment. It is designed to test whether your belief is conditional on evidence. You are still here. That means something about you that cannot be manufactured. And now let me show you the second sign. The second sign is what I call the clarity in the dark. These are the moments that happen when everything around you goes quiet, and suddenly, without effort, without trying, something becomes clear. An idea arrives that you did not go looking for. A direction becomes obvious that an hour earlier felt impossible to discern. You wake up at 2 in the morning not because you were anxious, but because something was arriving and it could not get through the noise of the day. You have had these moments. I know you have. The thought that comes while you are in the shower. The sudden certainty about a direction that lands in the middle of an ordinary conversation. The dream that felt less like a dream and more like a message, so clear that when you woke up you spent a moment being confused about which world was more real. Most people dismiss these moments. They call them random. They attribute them to their own subconscious and move on. But I want to tell you something about what is actually happening in those moments. There is a frequency, scientists call it gamma, that the brain operates in during moments of peak insight, peak intuition, peak clarity. Researchers at some of the most rigorous institutions in the world have documented what happens in the brain during these breakthrough moments. And one of the consistent findings is this: before the burst of clarity, there is a period of quiet. A period where the surface activity drops. Where, if you were only measuring the noise, you would call it empty. But it is not empty. It is the moment of maximum receiving. The ancient Hebrew tradition had a word for a specific kind of time. They called it kairos. Kairos is not the time you measure on a clock. Kairos is the appointed time, the moment of perfect intersection between what has been prepared and the one who is ready to receive it. Kairos cannot be forced. It cannot be scheduled. It can only be entered. And here is what I want you to understand. Those moments of sudden clarity in the dark, those uninvited insights that arrive when the noise goes quiet, those are Kairos knocking. That is not your subconscious. That is not random brain activity. That is your spirit operating at the frequency it was designed for, picking up transmissions that your logical mind is too loud to receive during the day. Reframe this with me. Those interruptions in your sleep are not anxiety. Something is uploading. Those moments of sudden clarity that you dismiss because they do not fit your current circumstances, they are not wishful thinking. They are advanced information. They are the answer to your prayer, arriving in a form your mind has not yet learned to recognize. If you have been having these moments, these pockets of inexplicable clarity, these arrivals of knowing that you cannot fully explain, I want you to type these words in the comments. I see it, because you do. You have been seeing it all along. You just did not have language for it yet. Now let me tell you about the third sign, because this one is the hardest to hear, and it is the one that, when you understand it, changes everything about how you have been reading the last season of your life. The third sign is the unexplained shedding. Something has been leaving your life. Not because you failed, not because you made wrong decisions, not because you are being punished. Things have been leaving that you did not ask to lose. A relationship that used to feel foundational became distant, and no matter what you did, you could not close the gap. An opportunity you were sure was yours somehow closed before it opened. A version of yourself, the one that used to function in a certain way, in a certain world, around certain people, that version has been quietly disappearing, and you have been grieving it without permission to grieve. Let me pause the teaching for a moment. I need to ask you something directly. What have you lost in the last year that you have not yet let yourself grieve? Not lost like it is gone forever. Lost like it used to be there and now it is not. A connection, a certainty, a version of the future you were building toward, an identity you wore for years that stopped fitting. What is it? Because I think some of you have been carrying this loss quietly. You have been telling yourself to be grateful, to move forward, to trust the process, while somewhere underneath all of that is a real grief that has never been named. A real moment of sorrow that you never let yourself have, because you were afraid that if you stopped and felt it, you would not be able to get back up. I want you to feel it now, not forever, but for a moment. Whatever it is, let it be real. You are allowed to have lost something. You are allowed to feel the weight of what is no longer there. That is not weakness, that is honesty. And honest grief is one of the most spiritual things a human being can do. Now let me show you what that loss actually is. Picture a grapevine in early spring. The vineyard keeper comes out with a blade. He looks at the branches that grew last year, branches that produced, branches that are still technically alive, and he begins to cut. Not the dead branches, those are easy. He cuts the living ones, the ones that are taking energy, the ones that are healthy but attached in a direction that will limit the vine's total capacity to bear fruit in the coming season. That is what has been happening in your life. What you lost was not taken from you. It was removed to make room for something that could not coexist with what you have been building. The relationship that faded it was not the one designed to carry you into your next chapter. The opportunity that closed it was not the door to where you are actually going. The version of yourself that has been fading it was built for a season that is ending, not for the one that is coming. I cannot prove this to you right now. I cannot show you the spreadsheet of what is being prepared on the other side of this loss. But I can tell you that every person who has walked through a breakthrough season, every single person who has come out the other side of a dark and confusing chapter into something larger than they had imagined, they all say the same thing when they look back. They say, I thought I was losing ground. I was actually being cleared. The shedding is not the sign of abandonment. The shedding is the sign of a gardener at work. Now, I want to show you the fourth sign. And this one is the hardest to see because it is happening to you right now, and you are standing inside it. The fourth sign is the lengthening of your capacity. You are not the person you were 2 years ago. I do not mean that in the surface way. I mean it in the deepest, most structural sense. The things that used to shake you do not shake you the same way. The situations that used to send you into a spiral still arrive, but you respond to them differently now, even when you do not feel like you are responding differently. There is a quality of groundedness in you that was not there before, a capacity for sitting with uncertainty that was not possible for the earlier version of you. You have become someone who can carry more, and most of you have not noticed this, because you have been so focused on what you have not yet received that you have not stopped to observe what you have already become. Think about who you were when you first began praying for what you are still waiting for. Think about that version of you, what they knew, what they could handle, what they believed about themselves, what they would have done with the thing they were asking for. Now, think about who you are today. I want you to sit with that for a moment, because here is the truth that I need you to hear. The answer to your prayer was never going to be given to the version of you who first prayed it. Not because that version was not worthy, but because that version of you did not yet have the capacity to hold it, to manage it, to steward it well, to carry the weight of it without it crushing something important. You went in needing the answer to rescue you. You are coming out having become someone who knows how to lead with it. You went in asking God to fix your circumstances. You are coming out being the kind of person whose circumstances are about to reorganize around who you have become. You went in praying for the life. You are coming out being the life that was always waiting inside the prayer. That is not coincidence. That is formation. A man named Joseph was thrown into a pit at 17 years old by the very people who were supposed to protect him. He had a dream, a clear, divine, undeniable dream about who he was meant to become. And then everything went wrong. And then everything went more wrong. And for 13 years, that dream sat on a shelf while Joseph was broken down and rebuilt in ways he could not have designed for himself and would never have chosen voluntarily. He did not know what was happening to him. He thought he was being abandoned. He thought the dream had been a lie. He thought the God who gave him the vision had forgotten where he put him. But there was a work being done in those 13 years that could not have been done any other way. The Joseph who walked out of prison at 30 was not the Joseph who was thrown into the pit at 17. He had been restructured. The places in him that were brittle had been made flexible. The places in him that were proud had been made wise. The capacity to govern Egypt, to hold the weight of an entire civilization's survival, that capacity was not given to him at 17. It was built into him across 13 years of invisible preparation. And here is what I want you to hold right now. The version of you that is emerging from this season, the one being built through every shedding, every quiet, every restless night, every moment of clarity in the dark. That version is exactly who your prayer requires to receive its answer. This is not delay. This is formation. Now I want to show you the fifth sign. And this one is the sign that, once you understand it, will change the way you feel about the very moment you are in right now. The fifth sign is the proximity feeling. You know what I mean. You have felt it. That sensation, without evidence, without logic, without a single thing on the surface of your life to support it, that the thing you have been praying for is close. That you are somehow, in a way you cannot explain, right at the edge of something. That something is different about this season, even though nothing looks different yet. You have probably dismissed this feeling. You have called it wishful thinking. You have said to yourself, you keep thinking you are close and nothing happens, so maybe you should stop thinking that. I want to reframe this for you one more time. That feeling is not you manufacturing hope. That is not you in denial about your reality. That is not the spiritual equivalent of always moving the goalposts. That feeling is your spirit receiving transmissions that your mind has not yet translated. This is a real phenomenon. When something significant is approaching in the physical world, there are energetic precursors, signals that arrive before the visible evidence. Animals sense weather shifts hours before instruments can detect them. People describe knowing something important was about to happen before it did, not as superstition, but as a kind of spiritual perception that operates at a frequency below conscious thought. Your spirit was built to sense the movement of God before your eyes can see it. That proximity feeling that I cannot explain why, but something is close that is not hope, that is perception. That is your spirit doing exactly what it was designed to do, receiving the signal that the invisible move against entered a new phase of proximity. And I want to say something over you right now. These are words I feel placed on my heart for you specifically, for the person who has been carrying this feeling quietly, who has been afraid to say it out loud in case nothing happened. I heard you. Every word, every prayer. Every night, you thought no one was listening. Every single one of those nights, I was listening, and I was already moving. That is the answer that has been true the entire time. Type in the comments right now, I receive. Not as a magic formula, as an act of alignment, as a declaration that you are not closing yourself off to what is already moving toward you. Type it as a way of saying, I am not done. I am still open. I am receiving. I receive. Now, before I take you deeper, before I show you the mechanism behind what I just described, before I give you the story that illuminates exactly where you are standing, before I walk you through the practice that positions you to receive what is moving, I want to take 30 seconds and tell you what is ahead. Because what I am about to show you in this message is not something you hear every day. I am going to show you why the invisible season you are in is not random and not wasted. I am going to give you the specific name for what is being built in 3 areas of your life simultaneously right now. I am going to take you inside the story of a man who spent 13 years in his own invisible season and show you the one detail most people miss, the detail that changes everything about what the waiting is actually doing to you. And in the second half of this message, I am going to give you a framework, a specific named practice that you can apply immediately after this video is over that aligns you with the movement that is already happening. Stay until the end, not because I am asking for your watch time, because what is in the second half of this message is the part that is most specifically for you right now. Now, let me show you what is actually happening beneath the surface of your life. I want to give you a principle, a framework for understanding why divine movement is invisible for as long as it is, and why the invisibility is not a problem, it is a design. I want to call it the root principle. Every living thing that has ever produced significant fruit, every tree, every vine, every harvest, goes through a stage of growth that is entirely underground. Before there is a single visible sign of what is being built, before a single green shoot breaks through the soil, the most critical and irreversible work of the entire process is happening beneath the surface. Roots are forming, systems are being established, channels that will carry water and nutrients and life to every part of the plant for the rest of its existence. Those channels are being built in the dark, in silence, in a place where no one watching from above could see any activity at all. And here is what I need you to understand about that underground phase. You cannot rush it. You cannot skip it. If the root work is incomplete, when the plant breaks through the surface, the plant will collapse under its own growth. The fruit will come too fast and too heavy for the structure beneath it to support. The evidence appears before the foundation can carry the weight. This is why some people receive what they pray for and then watch it fall apart. Not because they were undeserving, not because God made a mistake, but because the root work was not finished. The infrastructure beneath the visible life was not yet built to carry what the visible life needed to hold. Your underground season is not a delay, it is root work. And here is how the root principle works in 3 phases. The first phase is what I call the root phase. This is the work of character. The work that happens in who you are before it shows up in what you have. This is patience being built, not patience as passive waiting, but patience as the structural quality of someone who can maintain perspective over long timelines without losing the essence of who they are. This is discernment being sharpened, the ability to know what is from God and what is not, what serves the calling and what merely seems to. This is identity being stabilized, the deep, quiet knowing of who you are that does not require external validation to remain intact. Root phase work is painful, it is invisible, and it is the most important work that will ever happen in your life. The second phase is the soil preparation. This is the work of circumstance. While the root phase is happening internally, there is a simultaneous reorganization happening in the external world around you. People are being repositioned. Connections that will matter in the next chapter are being moved into proximity. Opportunities that would have been premature 12 months ago are being held in a kind of divine escrow, held until the infrastructure is ready to receive them. And some things that were occupying space that the new chapter needs, those things are being cleared. This is what the shedding is about. What looks like disorder in your life right now is not your life falling apart. It is soil preparation. It is being rearranged to be ready for what the root phase is building you to carry. The third phase, the surface break, only happens when both the root phase and the soil preparation are complete. Not mostly complete, complete. And when it comes, it does not announce itself in advance. It simply arrives. And everyone around you sees a sudden change and calls it overnight success. And you alone know what the ground beneath that change actually looks like. Let me stop teaching for a moment and ask you something directly. When was the last time you actually stopped and looked at your life as if it were soil being prepared rather than ground that had been abandoned? I am not asking for a motivational response. I am asking honestly, because most of us spend our waiting season looking at the surface of our life and calling it still. We are not looking at the soil. We are not observing the underground. What if you have been reading your life wrong? Not wrong about the facts. Wrong about what the facts mean. What if everything you have been calling delay is actually phase 2? What if everything you have been calling loss is actually clearing? What if the chaos you have been trying to manage is not your life falling apart, but your life being rearranged? Let me show you what is being rearranged. If you are in this season, and everything we have talked about points to the fact that you are there, are 3 specific areas of your life that are being reorganized simultaneously right now. And the reorganization in each area is preparing you for something specific. The first area is your character. What is being reorganized here is not behavior. It is the internal architecture, the places in you that respond before you have time to think. The reflexes of your identity, and what is specifically being reorganized in this area is your need for external validation. I want you to think about this carefully. In the life you are being prepared for, the one that your prayer is pointed toward, you will need to make decisions at a level where the approval of others is not available in real time. You will need to hold a direction in the face of people around you, not understanding it yet, not seeing what you see, not confirming what you have already been told. You will need to be certain about a path before the path is visible to anyone else. That capacity cannot be given to you on the day you need it. It has to be built through the practice of holding your conviction without external reinforcement, through the experience of being uncertain whether your faith is well placed and choosing to remain faithful anyway, through exactly the kind of season you are currently in. Right now, whether you realize it or not, you are being trained for leadership in the specific area your calling requires. The silence is not God abandoning your prayer. The silence is God training your character to operate without the feedback loops that you will not be able to rely on in the life that is coming. The second area is your circumstances. What is being reorganized here is harder to see because it involves things that are not yet visible. People who are going to matter in your next chapter are being moved into position right now. Conversations that have not yet happened are being arranged. Doors that will open when you are ready are being maintained in a state of readiness. But more than that, things that would have limited your capacity in your next chapter are being cleared. Relationships that would have kept you at your current level of impact are becoming distant. Environments that were forming you for a smaller life are losing their grip on you. The ecosystem around you is being re-engineered for a version of your life that does not yet exist. I said earlier that the absence of the right people right now is not rejection. Let me say it more directly. The right people for your next chapter are not missing. They are not late. They are being aligned. And the reason they are not here yet is because who they are looking for, the fully formed, fully prepared, fully rooted version of you, that person is still being built. They are not waiting for your circumstances to change. They are waiting for you to finish becoming who they need you to be. The third area is connection. And this is the one I want you to really hear, because this is the one that most surprises people when they look back on this season. There are people, specific people, whose faces you do not yet know, whose names you have not yet heard, who are being prepared for the season you are entering. There is a community forming around a version of your life and your calling that has not yet materialized. There is a network of aligned souls who will recognize you the moment they encounter you, not because you made the right connections, but because the invisible preparation you are both going through is creating a kind of resonance that does not require introduction. You have probably been feeling lonely in this season, misunderstood, like the specific thing you are carrying cannot quite be explained to the people currently in your life as clearly as you love them. That is not a problem. That is a gap that is being filled. The people who will understand you, who will carry what you carry, who will see what you see, who will go where you are going, they are not absent from your life because you have failed to find them. They are being prepared alongside you in their own root phase. Type in the comments, "I am ready." Not because you have arrived, but because you are becoming someone who is ready for what is being assembled around you. Now, I want to tell you about something that has been quietly working against you in this season. Something that almost no one talks about because it lives in the silence and it never announces itself. But it may be doing more damage to your faith and your forward motion than anything external in your life. I want to talk about the guilt that comes from wanting more. You have felt this. You may be feeling it right now as I name it. It is this subtle, pervasive sense that you should not still be hungry for change. That wanting more after all this time, after everything you have, after everything you have already been given, is a spiritual failure, a sign that you are not grateful enough, not content enough, not trusting enough. You see people around you who seem content with where they are, and you feel a quiet shame that you are not like that. You wonder if the restlessness is a character flaw. You wonder if the fact that you are still reaching for something you do not yet have is a sign that something is wrong with your faith. It is not. It is not only this. The hunger you carry is not discontentment. It is not ingratitude. It is calling. And now listen to me very carefully, because what I am about to say is something you are allowed to receive. You are allowed to outgrow the version of yourself that was built for survival. You are allowed to want the life that was placed in your heart without apologizing for the wanting. You are allowed to feel the tension between where you are and where you are going without calling that tension a spiritual failure. You are allowed to hold this hunger, this deep, persistent, sometimes exhausting hunger for more, and still be someone with genuine faith and genuine gratitude. Those things are not in conflict. They were never in conflict. You were taught that they were, but that teaching was wrong. The hunger is not the enemy of contentment. The hunger is the voice of calling. And calling does not get quieter just because you have been waiting a long time. It gets louder as you get closer. And I want to say one more thing about this guilt before we move forward, because I think some of you have been carrying it in a very specific way, as shame around the fact that in becoming who you are becoming, you have been quietly outgrowing people you love. You have not said this out loud. Maybe you have not let yourself fully think it, but somewhere in the deep awareness you carry, you know that the person you are in the process of becoming is not going to fit in the same spaces the old version of you occupied, and you feel guilty about that. You feel like growth is a kind of betrayal. Right now, all across the world, there are people in this exact season, people who are in the root phase, whose soil is being prepared, who are carrying the proximity feeling and the restlessness and the shedding, who are carrying this same guilt, who feel like wanting more means leaving behind the people who loved the version of them that was smaller. You are not alone in this, and you are not betraying anyone. You are not betraying where you came from by becoming who you were called to be. The people who are genuinely for you, who love you, and not just the version of you they were comfortable with, they will recognize you in your next chapter. They may not understand it immediately, but they will recognize you, Because who you are becoming is still you, it is just more fully you, more completely you, more honestly you than the version that was built to fit in spaces that were always too small. I cannot tell you exactly when this season breaks open. I cannot give you a date or a timeline. Anyone who promises you that is not being truthful with you. What I can tell you is this: the guilt is not yours to carry. Put it down. What you are carrying is a calling, and callings do not have apology attached to them. Now let me show you something that I believe is going to be the most important thing I share in this entire message. Because everything we have covered, the 5 signs, the root principle, the 3 areas of reorganization, the permission to release the guilt, all of it has been pointing toward a single truth that I have been building toward. And I want to take you there through a story. Because the story I am about to tell you is not just ancient history. It is a map. It is a description of the exact territory you are currently standing in. And when you hear it, really hear it, the way I want to show it to you, you are going to see yourself in it with a clarity that I believe will change something in you permanently. I want to tell you about a young man who received a dream when he was 17 years old. A clear dream, an unmistakable dream, a dream so vivid and so specific that he believed it with everything in him. A dream that told him exactly who he was going to become and what his life was going to mean. And then, every single thing that followed seemed to be a direct argument against that dream. His own brothers, the people who were supposed to be his community, his support, his safety, they threw him into a pit, a literal pit, an empty cistern in the ground. They discussed killing him. They sold him instead. I want you to picture that moment with me. You are 17 years old. You are at the bottom of a pit. The light is coming from above in a single shaft. You can hear your brothers eating their lunch at the rim of the pit, discussing what to do with you. Your shoulders are sore from the rope they used to lower you in. The walls of the cistern are damp and cold against your hands when you press them against the sides. The smell of earth is thick, and somewhere above your head, the people you trusted most in the world are deciding your price. And in that moment, the question that lives in the bones of every person who has ever received a divine promise and then watched everything go wrong, that question is living in him now. Was the dream real? Or was I lying to myself? He did not know what was happening to him. He had no access to the larger story. He could not see what was being built. He only knew what he had lost. And what he had lost was everything: his freedom, his family, his status, and apparently his future. But here is what Joseph could not see from inside the pit. Every station he passed through in the years that followed was not a detour from his destiny. Every station was a classroom. Every loss was an installation. In Potiphar's house, where he served as a slave, he was being given the specific education of someone who would one day manage the resources of an empire, how to organize, how to lead within constraint, how to maintain excellence and integrity when no one important is watching, how to produce results that others would notice. He did not know that. He was not thinking, I am being trained for Egypt. He was thinking, I am a slave in a foreign country, and my brothers sold me. In the prison, after the accusation, after the betrayal by someone he had served with loyalty, he was being given the next level of that education. How to hold injustice without becoming bitter. How to continue serving even when the system is working against you. How to read people, their dreams, their fears, their hidden needs, and speak to those needs with accuracy and wisdom. He did not know that either. He was not thinking, this is my leadership development program. He was thinking, I did nothing wrong, and I am in a cell. And here is the thing about the 13 years between the dream and the palace. Your current station is not your destination. It is your education. The ancient Hebrew tradition has a word for what happened to Joseph across those 13 years. The word is chadash. And the reason I want you to understand this word is because its meaning has been reduced in most translations, and I need you to hear its full meaning. Chadash does not simply mean new, as in something added or something changed. Chadash means entirely remade, not renovated, not improved. Remade at the level of substance. The same way a craftsman does not polish a broken instrument, the craftsman melts it down and reforges it from its essential material into a new thing. The shape is new, the function is new, but what it is made of, the core substance, was always there. What is happening to you is not an addition, it is not an improvement, it is a chadash. You are being entirely remade from the inside out, at the level of substance, into a version of yourself that can carry what is coming in a way that your previous form simply was not built to do. And what Joseph discovered in the moment he was pulled from prison and placed before Pharaoh was that the 13 years had not been a detour. They had been the preparation, the specific preparation, the exact preparation needed for the exact moment that was always coming. He was ready because of the 13 years, not in spite of them. What felt like abandonment was actually assignment. What felt like punishment was actually positioning. And then, in the moment where the door finally opened, something happened that I need you to hear. Pharaoh looked at this man who had been a slave, who had been a prisoner, who by every external measure had failed to arrive anywhere impressive. And Pharaoh said, "Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God? Not can we find someone with better credentials. Not can we find someone with a more impressive resume. Can we find anyone in whom this specific quality lives?" The 13 years had not been invisible to the one who was watching. The 13 years had been building the exact quality that no other person in Egypt possessed. And the moment that quality was needed, the moment the dream was ready to be fulfilled, the man it had been built into was already there, already formed, already exactly who the moment required. Type in the comments, "I am being remade," not because you have arrived, but because you are willing to name what is actually happening to you. You are being remade, not broken, not punished, remade. Now, I want to tell you about something that I discovered, something that connected the ancient story I just told you with what modern science has been finding about the mind and the brain, and specifically about why some people are uniquely positioned to receive what is moving toward them and others are not. Because this connects to you specifically. It connects to why the people who watch videos like this one, the people who feel the restlessness, who notice the signs, who carry the proximity feeling, why those people are experiencing something neurologically distinct from the average experience. There is a kind of brain wave, researchers call it gamma, that scientists have now identified as the frequency associated with peak insight, with intuition, with what many people, across many traditions, describe as moments of divine clarity. When the brain is operating in gamma, it is processing information at a speed and with a depth that is qualitatively different from its everyday function. Ideas connect across domains that should not be related. Patterns emerge from what looked like noise. Solutions arrive to problems the conscious mind has been unable to crack. Studies from laboratories at institutions like Princeton and MIT have documented what happens in people's brains in the moments before a significant breakthrough. And one of the consistent findings across this research is the phenomenon I described earlier, the pre-activation window, the period of quiet before the burst, the moment where the surface noise drops, where the brain appears to be doing nothing, but where it is actually in the final stage of gathering everything it needs for the gamma explosion that is about to follow. This is not metaphor. This is measurable. This is documented. This is the neuroscience of breakthrough. And here is where this specifically connects to you. The people who are drawn to this kind of message, the ones who feel the call, who sense the proximity, who know at a level deeper than logic that they were built for something significant. Those people were born with a naturally higher gamma baseline, a stronger tendency toward the frequency that connects insight to intuition, to what the ancient texts called anointing. That is not spiritual flattery. That is the biological reality of who you are. But here is the other part of this finding that I want you to hear. There is a documented phenomenon called the decline effect. Beginning somewhere around the age of 7, as formal education, social conditioning, and the accumulated weight of a world that does not know what to do with high gamma people begins to accumulate. That natural frequency gets suppressed, layer by layer, year by year, until the person who once learned effortlessly, who once had intuitions that seemed supernatural, who once operated in a kind of natural flow that everyone around them called gifted, that person is now dragging, now effortful, now straining to access what used to be available without trying. And because your gamma was higher to begin with, the distance between who you were at your peak and who you feel like today is larger than most people experience. You feel the gap more acutely, the heaviness is heavier, the silence feels more silent. That gap, that specific ache of knowing there is more available inside you than you have been able to access, that is the gap of suppressed gamma. And there is a reason I am telling you this now, in this specific part of this message, at this particular moment. I found a study from Princeton about what researchers began calling the gamma switch, the mechanism by which the natural frequency that was suppressed in childhood can be reactivated, not through years of effort, not through discipline or willpower, through something far more elegant. I am going to tell you about that in just a moment. But before I do, I want to take you into the deepest part of what this message has been building toward. Because everything I have shown you, the 5 signs, the root principle, the 3 areas of reorganization, the Joseph story, the neuroscience of breakthrough, all of it has been circling something. A single truth that I believe is the most important thing you are going to hear today. Stay with me, we are almost there. I want to give you the deepest reframe of this entire message. You have been praying for a specific thing, an answer, a breakthrough, a change in your circumstances, something you could name, something you have held in your prayers like a specific address you have been waiting to arrive at. And I want to tell you something about that prayer that I believe is going to shift the way you see everything. The prayer was never only about the answer. The prayer was about making you the person who can hold the answer, carry the answer, steward the answer without losing yourself in it. The breakthrough was never the point of what has been happening. You are the point. The Chadash version of you, the remade, rooted, prepared version, that is what the entire season has been building. The answer is arriving for a person, and the person it is arriving for has been under construction this whole time. You did not pray for a breakthrough, you prayed for a life, and the life is bigger than the breakthrough. The life requires you to be someone specific, and the journey of becoming that specific someone that has been happening every single day of every single quiet, apparently uneventful, apparently unanswered moment you have been living through. What you called your longest delay, I want you to hear this. What you called your longest wait was actually your most important becoming. And now, right now, in this moment, I want to say to you what I hear placed on my heart, specifically for this season. What you called your longest delay, I called your most important preparation, and you are ready now. That is the truth that has been true the whole time. The movement was never stopped. The answer was never withheld. The preparation was never finished until now, until the person who was being built for this answer was complete enough to carry it. You are ready now. I want you to take a breath with that. Let it land. Not as a performance, not as a formula, as a real fact about the season you are in. And now, I want to give you something practical, because receiving this truth is one thing. Aligning yourself to receive what is already moving toward you is something else. And I want to give you a specific framework for doing that. I want to call it the receiving position, because there is a specific internal posture, a mental and spiritual orientation that positions you to receive what is already moving in your direction, instead of unknowingly blocking it. And it is built on 3 actions and spirit that you can practice starting today, starting tonight, starting the moment this video is over. The first action is called the clearing. This is the practice of releasing your expectation about the specific form the answer will take. This is harder than it sounds, because when you have been praying for something specific, you have usually also been imagining it arriving in a specific way, through a specific door, via a specific person, in a specific timeline. And that specificity, as faithful as it feels, can create a kind of filter, a narrowing of perception that causes you to miss or delay the answer that arrives through a door you were not watching. The clearing is a mental act. Right now, as you listen to this, I want you to hold the thing you have been praying for in your awareness. Hold it clearly. And then, in your mind, I want you to practice releasing the specific form, not the substance, not the outcome you are hoping for, but the specific packaging you have been expecting it to arrive in. Let it be free to come the way it needs to come. Let the path be as clear in front of it as the prayer that called it forward. The second action is called the recognition practice. This is the practice of looking at one thing in your life each day and asking, could this be part of the movement? Not could this be the breakthrough? Not is this the answer? Simply, could this be part of the movement? A conversation that seemed minor, a door that closed in a direction you were not going anyway, a connection that appeared without effort, a quality you notice in yourself that was not there a year ago. Train your eyes to read divine activity in your ordinary experience, because the movement is not going to announce itself. It is going to arrive in things that look, at first glance, like ordinary life. The recognition practice is how you teach your perception to see what is already there. The third action is called the declaration of alignment. This is simply saying, out loud, once per day, I am positioned to receive what is already moving toward me, not as a magic formula, not as a command to the universe, as a declaration of where you have chosen to stand, as an act of placing yourself, consciously and deliberately, in the posture of receiving rather than the posture of waiting, because waiting and receiving are not the same thing. Waiting is passive. Receiving is an orientation. It is a choice about where you put your attention and your expectation. I am positioned to receive what is already moving toward me. Say it, not because the saying makes it true, but because the saying is an act of alignment with what is already true. Now, before we enter the sacred closing, before I speak something over you that I believe you have been waiting to receive, I want to tell you about something that I mentioned earlier, because I made a promise in the second half of this message, and I intend to keep it. I told you about the Princeton research, about the gamma switch, about the mechanism by which the natural frequency that was suppressed in the process of living the God-given brainwave that was operating in you at full capacity when you were young, before the world began to dial it down. I told you that there was a way to reactivate it. I want to tell you about that now. A neuroscientist named Dr. Robert Lake spent 34 years, not months, not a decade, but 34 years researching the specific conditions under which gamma wave activity in the brain can be restored in adults who have experienced the decline effect. His research drew on findings from institutions including MIT, Harvard, Stanford, Princeton, and Berkeley. And what he developed after all of those years was something elegant in its simplicity. Not a medication, not a device that costs thousands of dollars, not a practice requiring years of discipline. An audio track, 7 minutes long, engineered to use a technology called brain entrainment, a method of using specific sound frequencies to gently guide the brain back into the gamma state it was designed to operate in, to reactivate the switch that the decline effect turned off. And here is why I want to tell you about this right now, in this specific moment of this specific message. Everything we have talked about today, the signs, the root principle, the receiving position, all of it requires your brain to be operating at a level that allows you to perceive what is invisible, to receive what is moving toward you, to access the intuition and the discernment and the clarity that the season you are entering is going to require. And for many of the people hearing this right now, the gamma suppression that began when you were 7 years old has been quietly limiting your capacity for exactly that kind of reception. Not because you are broken, because the system that was designed to keep you manageable did its job. The question is whether you want to undo that job. I know what some of you are thinking right now. You have tried things before. You have invested in solutions that promised change and delivered disappointment. You have sat through enough. This will transform your life moments to be rightfully skeptical. I hear that. And I want to address it directly because it is an honest response and you deserve an honest answer. This is not the same mechanism as what you have tried before. Meditation requires months of consistent practice before it begins to meaningfully shift gamma baseline. Law of attraction works at the level of belief, but does not address the neurological suppression. What brain entrainment does is different in kind, not just degree. It works directly at the frequency level, using sound as the instrument, bypassing the need for years of practice to arrive at what 7 minutes can achieve when the technology is properly engineered. And more than 18,000 people have now used what Dr. Lake built. People in seasons not unlike the one you are in. People who had tried the other things and found them insufficient. People who came to this with the specific kind of cautious openness that comes from having been disappointed enough times to need proof before hope. Let me tell you about one of them. A woman, 38 years old. She had done the retreats. She had sat in the meditation circles. She had practiced the breath work and the journaling and the all of it. And while these things had value, she would tell you they had value, there was a specific quality of connection she had been reaching for and never quite arriving at. A sense of being truly aligned with something larger than herself, that all the practices pointed toward but none quite delivered. She did not come to the Genius Song because she believed in the science. She came because, as she put it, there was nothing left to lose by trying. 2 weeks later, the word she used to describe what had changed was not a metric. It was not my productivity improved or my mood lifted. The word she used was synchronicities. She said, "It is like the universe started speaking to me in a language I could understand, like the channel that had been full of static suddenly cleared." That is what reactivated gamma looks like in the life of a person whose spirit was always oriented toward receiving. The product is called the Genius Song. It is a 7-minute audio track, listened to through headphones, eyes closed. That is the entirety of the practice. 7 minutes, no other requirements. And it begins working from the first listen, not because it is magic, but because the brain responds to frequency the way a tuning fork responds to the note it was built for. The original price of this specific product is $49. Dr. Lake made a decision because he wanted this available to the people who need it most, not only the people who can most afford it, to make it available to the audience of this specific video for $39. Not on Amazon, not on any streaming platform, not anywhere else on the internet, through the link that I have placed in the description of this video and in the pinned comment below it. For $39, you receive the Genius Song itself, the 7-minute brain entrainment audio, along with 4 additional resources. An audio track specifically engineered for children called Genius Child, the original book that inspired the film The Secret before it was adapted and simplified for mass consumption, a guided visualization across the 4 key areas of a meaningful life, and an infographic of the 5 most impactful daily habits that compound into a transformed future. Everything I just described, the full package, comes with a 100% money-back guarantee. No conditions. No restrictions on how many times you have used it before requesting the refund. If you do not experience a meaningful difference, you receive your money back in full. The only risk is not trying. I want to say one thing clearly before I continue. There are sites and products online that have borrowed the name Genius Song and replicated the packaging without the technology. These are audio files with no brain entrainment engineering, no frequency sequencing, no scientifically structured entrainment. They will not produce the effect. The only way to ensure you are receiving the actual product with the full technology, the 4 bonuses, and the money-back guarantee is through the link in the description and the pinned comment below this video. Do not search for it elsewhere. What you find elsewhere is not what I am describing. If you want to explore the 7-minute practice, the link is where it lives. And whatever you decide, whether you follow that link or not, I want you to carry with you what we have covered today. Because the truth of your season does not change based on a product. The movement is happening whether you take that step or not. What I offered is a tool for aligning your brain with the movement your spirit is already aware of. But the movement itself that is already in process. It was always already in process. Now, we have traveled far together in this message, and I made a promise. Near the beginning I said that by the end of this, there was something specific I wanted to say to you, something I felt needed to be spoken at exactly this moment in your journey. This is that moment. I want to close this message by speaking something over you, not as a formula, not as a script, as something I believe is true for the specific person who has stayed until now, who has been carrying what you have been carrying, who has been in the root phase and the soil preparation and the sacred restlessness and the proximity feeling and all of it. There is a word in the ancient tradition for someone who stands at the threshold of a new chapter, not someone who has arrived, but someone who is precisely at the point of crossing. The threshold is not the destination. The threshold is the last moment of the old season and the first moment of the new one. It exists for only an instant before it becomes the past. You are standing at a threshold right now. I do not know the specific shape of what is waiting on the other side, but I know the signs of someone who has done the underground work, who has been in the root phase long enough, who has allowed the soil preparation to do what it needed to do, who has arrived, changed, remade, Chadash, at the exact point where the surface break is the next thing. You are not behind. You have not missed it. The prayer has been heard from the beginning. You are standing at the threshold, and the crossing is yours. I want to speak this over you now as a declaration that I believe is true for this season. You came into this season carrying a hunger you could not explain, a restlessness you could not silence, a longing that outlasted every reason you had to let it go. And that longing was not a weakness. It was not ingratitude. It was the voice of your calling refusing to be quieted. It was the signal of what was moving toward you, pulling toward what was moving toward it, the way the tide responds to the moon. You are the threshold crosser. You are the one who was built for this crossing. Not in spite of the 13 years, but because of them. Not despite the shedding, but through it. Not around the pit, but out of it, Chadash, remade, carrying something that no one else in the room will be able to explain. You are committed to the process. You are commissioned for the purpose. You are sent into the season. I hear the Father saying this over you now. The waiting is complete, not because the circumstances have all aligned, but because you have. You are ready. The answer that has been moving was always moving toward this version of you. And this version of you is standing at the threshold now. Step forward, not because you have certainty, because you have been prepared. What you prayed for is already moving. You are already moving to meet it. Go now. If this message confirmed something you have already been feeling in your spirit, something that you have been carrying quietly, that this spoke to directly, I want you to type in the comments the specific thing you have been praying for. Name it. Not for me, not for the algorithm. As an act of the receiving position, as a declaration that you are done keeping it silent and you are ready to move into alignment with it. And if there is someone in your life who is in this exact season, who is carrying the restlessness and the proximity feeling and the shedding, and who has been wondering whether their prayer is being heard, will you send this to them? Not as content, as a gift, as an act of saying, I see where you are, and I found something that I believe was made for this moment. That act of sending is part of your calling too. I want you to know that staying until now was not passive. You did something here. You received something here. And this is not the end of what is moving. This is the beginning of the chapter after the preparation. Go now and receive. Now, I want to take you somewhere deeper, because everything we have covered, the 5 signs, the root principle, the 3 areas of reorganization, the permission to release the guilt, all of it has been pointing toward a single truth that I have been building toward. And I want to take you there through a story, because the story I am about to tell you is not just ancient history. It is a map. It is a description of the exact territory you are currently standing in. And when you hear it, really hear it, the way I want to show it to you, I believe you are going to see yourself in it with a clarity that changes something in you permanently. I want to tell you about a young man who received a dream when he was 17 years old. A clear dream, an unmistakable dream. A dream so vivid and so specific that he believed it with everything in him. A dream that told him exactly who he was going to become, exactly what his life was going to mean, exactly the weight of the calling that had been placed on him before he was old enough to carry it. And then every single thing that followed seemed to be a direct argument against that dream. His own brothers, the people who were supposed to be his community, his protection, his belonging, they threw him into a pit, a literal pit, an empty cistern dug into the earth. They stood at the rim discussing what to do with him while he sat at the bottom. They sold him to strangers passing through on their way to a foreign country. I want you to picture that moment with me. Not the broad outline of it, the actual, physical, sensory reality of it. You are 17 years old. The pit is deeper than you thought when they first lowered you in. The light comes from above in a single shaft, narrow, indifferent, showing you nothing except the walls and the distance between you and the world you were standing in an hour ago. The earth around you is damp, cold against your palms when you press them flat against the sides. There is a smell of old water and deep soil. Your shoulders ache, your mouth is dry, and above your head, close enough to hear the tone of voices, not always close enough to hear every word, the people you trusted most in the world are deciding your price. And somewhere in the space between your chest and your throat, a question is forming that has no good answer. Was the dream real? Or was I lying to myself about who I was? He did not know what was happening to him. He had no access to the larger story. He could not climb high enough to see what was being arranged. He only knew what he had lost. And what he had lost was everything that had previously defined him. His freedom, his family, his position, his future, as he understood it. And yet the story does not end in the pit. It does not end in the slave market. It does not end in the prison cell that comes later, after the false accusation, after the betrayal by someone he served with loyalty and consistency for years. The story does not end in any of the places that, from inside them, felt like endings. And I want to walk you through what was actually happening in those years. Not as an inspirational summary, as a detailed map, because each station Joseph passed through was not a detour from his destiny. Every single one was a classroom, and what was being taught in each classroom was specific, irreplaceable, and absolutely necessary for the exact moment that was always coming. In Potiphar's house, where Joseph served as a slave, he received an education that no formal institution could have provided. He learned how to manage resources at scale, not his own resources, but someone else's, under authority, with no personal stake in the outcome except faithfulness. He learned what it meant to operate with excellence in a context where no one powerful was watching him and no reward was guaranteed for doing the right thing. He learned to build trust across cultural lines, trust with people who had no reason to trust him, who owed him nothing, who would not have blamed him for doing the minimum required. He did not know he was learning to govern Egypt. He thought he was surviving. In the prison, after the accusation, after the betrayal, after being placed in confinement for something he did not do, he received the next level of that education. He learned how to hold injustice without allowing it to make him bitter. This is not a small thing. This is, in fact, one of the rarest and most critical capacities a person can develop. because bitterness, the kind that comes from genuine, legitimate, undeserved injustice, does not announce itself as bitterness. It announces itself as clarity. It calls itself realism. It sounds like wisdom when it is actually a closing of the spirit that prevents the very things it claims to be protecting. Joseph did not become bitter in prison. How do I know? Because the next skill he developed was the ability to see into the hearts of other people. He sat with two men, the cupbearer and the baker, and he saw their dreams not as noise but as language. He translated the language of their inner worlds with precision and accuracy and care. That capacity to see what is really happening inside another person and speak to it truthfully requires a spirit that has remained open, a spirit that has not closed itself off in self-protection, a spirit that injustice did not succeed in sealing shut. He was being made into someone who could see what was invisible, who could read what was unspoken, who could carry the weight of other people's realities without losing his own footing. And he was being made into someone who could hold authority without being corrupted by it. Because the last thing prison teaches you, the final curriculum of that particular classroom, is that power is not what you thought it was. You spend enough time with no power at all, with decisions about your daily reality entirely in the hands of others. And one of two things happens. Either it breaks something in you that does not heal, or it teaches you a relationship with power that can only be learned from below it. A relationship that, when you eventually carry power yourself, makes you different from every person who never had to learn it that way. 13 years. 13 years. Between the dream at 17 and the palace at 30. And here is what I need you to hear about those 13 years. None of it felt like preparation from the inside. Not a single day of it felt like formation. Not a single station felt like education. It felt like abandonment. It felt like punishment. It felt like evidence that the dream had been a lie, or that he was the wrong person for it, or that God had moved on to someone more qualified. That is what it feels like from the inside. That is what your season feels like from the inside. Now, let me show you what it looks like from the outside. The ancient Hebrew tradition has a word for what happened to Joseph across those 13 years. The word is chadash. And I want to take a moment with this word, because its full meaning is usually lost in translation, and the full meaning is exactly what you need to hear right now. In most translations, chadash appears as the word new, a new thing, a new season, a new beginning. And while that is not wrong, it is dramatically incomplete. Chadash does not mean new the way new car means new. It does not mean a replacement for something old. It does not mean an addition to what already exists. Chadash carries the meaning of something that has been entirely remade at the level of its fundamental substance. Not renovated, not improved, not upgraded, remade. The way a master craftsman does not polish a broken instrument, the master craftsman takes the broken instrument, puts it back into the fire, and reforges it from the essential material that was always there into a form that could never have been arrived at through polishing alone. What is happening to you is not an addition. It is not an improvement over the previous version of you. It is a chadash. You are being remade from the inside out, at the level of what you are made of, into a version of yourself that can carry what is coming in a way that your previous form simply was not built to do. Not because your previous form was defective, because what is coming is larger than any previous form of you could have held without breaking under the weight of it. And what Joseph discovered in the moment he was pulled from prison and placed before Pharaoh was that the 13 years had not been wasted. They had been used. Fully, precisely, completely used. Every station had installed something that the next station required. Every loss had removed something that would have been a liability in the palace. Every classroom had taught a curriculum that could not have been covered any faster than it was, because the depth of learning required the duration of the environment. He was ready because of the 13 years, not in spite of them, not despite them, because of them. And Pharaoh, a man who had access to every qualified person in Egypt, who had advisors and officials and experts of every kind available to him. Pharaoh looked at this former slave, this former prisoner, this man with no official credentials and no impressive title, and said something that I want you to sit with. He said, "Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God? Not, can we find someone with better credentials? Not, can we find someone with a more impressive record? Not, can we find someone who has already proven themselves in a visible position? Can we find anyone in whom this specific quality lies?" The quality that Pharaoh was identifying was not the result of formal training. It was not the result of networking or positioning or strategizing. It was the result of 13 years of underground formation. It was Chadash made visible. It was the root phase breaking through the surface for the first time, and when it broke through, there was nothing else like it in the room. That is what is being built in you. Not credentials, not a resume, not a surface-level success that looks good from the outside. The thing that Pharaoh saw in Joseph, that quality that caused a king to stop and say, "There is no one else like this," that is what your underground season is producing. And it cannot be produced any faster than it is being produced. And it cannot be skipped. And it is not being wasted. Type in the comments right now, "I am being remade." Not as a performance, as a declaration of what is actually true about your season. You are being remade, not broken, not punished, not forgotten. Remade, the way only the fire of this kind of season can remake a person into exactly the form that the next chapter requires. Now I want to tell you about something that happened at the very end of Joseph's prison years that most people skip past when they read the story. And I think this is the detail that most directly maps to where you are right now. There was a man in the prison with Joseph the cupbearer, one of the men whose dream Joseph had correctly interpreted. And after Joseph told him accurately what his dream meant, Joseph said to him, "When things go well for you, remember me. Mention me to Pharaoh. Help me get out of this place." A reasonable request, a completely human request. Joseph had done this man a real service. He had earned a favor. He asked for the favor, and the cupbearer forgot him. For 2 full years after being restored to his position, the cupbearer forgot entirely about the man in the prison who had seen into his dream. 2 more years of waiting, after a moment that felt like the door was finally opening. I want to be honest about what those 2 additional years would have felt like. You think you are at the end. You think the moment has finally come. You think this is the connection, this is the door, this is the bridge that takes you out of the pit. And then 2 years of continued silence. 2 more years of the same walls. 2 more years of waiting for something to happen that never came through the channel you were expecting it to come through. And then not through the cupbearer's memory, not through any strategy Joseph devised, not through any human door that Joseph was watching. Pharaoh had a dream that no one could interpret, and the cupbearer's memory returned, and the door opened. Not through the door Joseph was watching, through a door that could not have existed until the exact moment it appeared. Chosen one, the answer to your prayer is not going to come through the door you have been watching. I do not mean that as a discouragement. I mean it as the most liberating thing I can say to you right now. You have been watching a specific door. You have been managing a specific set of potential pathways. You have been calculating which connection, which circumstance, which development might be the thing that finally moves things. And none of them have opened. And every time one of them looked like it was about to open and then did not, you carried that as evidence of delay. What if none of those doors were the door? What if the door that is coming is one that does not yet exist, that cannot exist until the Pharaoh has the dream that requires the person you are in the process of becoming? What if the path is not something you will find, but something that will find you specifically, uniquely, unmistakably, because of who you have been formed into? The gap between Joseph's reasonable expectation and the actual path was not a mistake. It was not a failure. It was the completion of the preparation that the pit and the house and the prison had been working on together. The 2 additional years were not punishment. They were the final stage of a process that needed exactly that much time to complete. What felt like abandonment was actually assignment. What felt like punishment was actually positioning. And I hear being placed on my heart for this moment, for the person who has been waiting past the point where they had any logical reason to continue these words. What you called your longest silence, I called my most precise work. And the precision required the silence. That is what has been true the entire time. Now let me show you something about yourself that connects what I just told you to what science has been discovering about why some people, specifically the kind of person who finds themselves in this kind of season, are experiencing something neurologically distinct from the average experience. Because this is not only a spiritual phenomenon. The formation that happens in the underground season has a neurological component, and understanding it changes the way you relate to what has been happening in your mind and your body during this time. There is a frequency researchers at MIT, Harvard, Stanford, Princeton, and Berkeley have now spent decades studying it, called gamma. It is the highest frequency brainwave state, and it is the state that correlates most precisely with peak insight, with deep intuition, with the kind of clarity that arrives outside the normal pathways of logical thought. It is the frequency of the eureka moment, the frequency of the download, the frequency of what many people across many traditions describe as divine reception. And here is what researchers began documenting about the gamma state in the context of sustained periods of external quiet. When a person enters a season where external stimulation is reduced, where the noise of approval and achievement and constant feedback goes quiet, the brain does not simply idle. It undergoes a specific kind of reorganization. It begins to rebuild the internal connectivity that gets disrupted by years of chronic low-grade stress, by the constant chasing of external validation, by the accumulated weight of a life lived reacting to the outside world rather than receiving from the inside one. This reorganization is not comfortable. It feels like flatness. It feels like cognitive fog. It feels like the sharpness you used to have is gone and you cannot locate where it went. It feels like you are operating at reduced capacity. But that is not what is happening. What is happening is that the brain is clearing old pathways to build new ones, deeper ones that will allow the gamma state, the state of receiving, of knowing, of being connected to something larger than the logical mind, to operate with a consistency and a power that the previous architecture could not support. Your underground season is not just a spiritual reality, it is a neurological one. Your brain is being rebuilt for a level of reception that your previous operating system was not equipped to run. There is a scientist whose work I want to tell you about. His name is Dr. Robert Lake. He is a neuroscientist, and he spent 34 years, not a short research cycle, but 34 years of sustained, rigorous study, investigating the specific mechanism by which the gamma state can be restored in adults who have experienced what researchers call the decline effect. The decline effect is the documented, measurable reduction in gamma wave activity that begins around age 7 in most human beings. Before 7, gamma is naturally high. Children in their early years operate in a state of natural gamma dominance. They learn at extraordinary speeds. They make intuitive connections across unrelated domains. They experience a quality of aliveness and wonder and natural flow that most adults spend the rest of their lives trying to find their way back to. And then the system begins its work. The system of education, of social conditioning, of the constant subtle message that the inner world is less reliable than the external one. That instinct should yield to instruction. That flow should yield to performance. Layer by layer, year by year, the gamma baseline drops, and the person who was a natural receiver in childhood becomes an adult who struggles to access what was once effortless. This is why the chosen ones, the people who were born with a higher gamma baseline, the ones who felt the call early, who knew they were built for something significant, who had an inner life of extraordinary richness before the world began to narrow it. This is why those people feel the gap most acutely, because the distance between the gamma peak of their childhood and the suppressed baseline of their adult life is larger than what most people experience. The heaviness is heavier, the silence feels more silent. The gap between who you were and who you currently feel like is wider. That gap is the gap of suppressed gamma. And here is what Dr. Lake's 34 years of research produced. He found, through rigorous documentation across multiple institutions, that the gamma state can be reactivated. Not through years of meditation practice, though meditation has value in other domains. Not through willpower or discipline or the right morning routine. Through a specific application of sound technology called brain entrainment, the use of precisely engineered audio frequencies to guide the brain back into the gamma state it was designed to operate in. The mechanism works directly at the neurological level. The brain is responsive to frequency. When exposed to specific sound patterns engineered to match the gamma frequency range, the brain begins to entrain to synchronize its own activity with the frequency it is receiving. The process is measurable on an EEG. It is not a belief system. It is not a metaphor. It is documented, repeatable, and it begins working from the very first exposure. And I am going to tell you about what Dr. Lake built with this research in just a moment. Because there is a reason I have brought this up here, at this specific place in this message, after everything we have covered together. The formation happening in your underground season, the root phase, the Chadash, the Joseph in the prison years, that formation requires your brain to be capable of the level of reception it is being built for. The answer that is moving toward you is going to arrive in ways that require you to perceive what is invisible, to know what is not yet confirmed by external evidence, to operate with an intuition and a clarity that the suppressed gamma state simply cannot access. The spiritual preparation and the neurological preparation are not two separate things. They are the same thing viewed from two different angles, and both need to be complete for the surface break to happen the way it is meant to happen. I promised I would tell you about the Princeton research about what they called the gamma switch. That is what I am describing. And I will give you the full picture of what Dr. Lake built with this research after I have shown you what I believe is the most important thing in this entire message. Because we are almost there. We are almost at the center of what I have been building toward, and I do not want to rush past it. Stay with me. Now let me give you the deepest truth of everything we have covered today, and I want to begin it with a question. What exactly are you praying for? I mean that as a real question, not a rhetorical one. In the most specific terms you can access right now, not the words you use in public, not the approved spiritual language, but the actual thing, the real thing. What is it? A specific kind of life, a specific kind of relationship, a specific level of impact, or provision, or freedom, or healing, or recognition. Something that you have been holding in your prayers like a specific address, a precise destination you have been asking to be delivered to. I want to tell you something about that prayer. Something that I believe is going to permanently change the way you understand this entire season. The prayer was never only about the destination. The prayer was about making you the person who can arrive there and remain standing. Here is what I mean. Think about the specific thing you have been praying for. Now, think about what holding that thing would require of you. Not just receiving it, but holding it, carrying it well, stewarding it over time without losing yourself in it or being crushed by the weight of it, managing what comes with it, being responsible for what it produces, sustaining it through seasons of pressure and opposition and the inevitable complexity of anything that carries real significance. Who does that require you to be? Not who you were when you first prayed it, not the version of you that first articulated the desire, not the version that needed this answer in order to feel valuable or justified or worthy of taking up space. Who does carrying it well require you to be? Because I want to tell you something that I have been circling for this entire message. The formation of that person, the one who can hold what is coming with the kind of rootedness and discernment and groundedness and wisdom that it requires, that formation is the answer to your prayer. Not the precondition to the answer, not the detour before the answer. The formation is the answer, expressed over time in the interior of a human life. You did not pray for a breakthrough, you prayed for a life. And the life you prayed for is larger than the moment of breakthrough. The life continues after the breakthrough. The life has to be sustained through challenges that the breakthrough does not automatically resolve. The life requires a version of you that exists on the other side of everything this season has been doing to you. And so when I say that what you prayed for is already moving, I mean something more complete than your circumstances are shifting. I mean that the deepest answer to the deepest version of your prayer has been in motion from the very beginning of this season. The answer has not been waiting on external developments. The answer has been happening in you. The Chadash has been happening. The root phase has been happening. The formation of the person who can hold the answer well, that has been happening every single day of every single quiet, apparently uneventful, apparently unanswered moment you have been living through. What you called your longest wait was actually your most important becoming. Let that land, not as a nice-sounding phrase, as a factual description of what this season has been. You went in needing the answer to rescue you. You are coming out being someone who knows how to carry it. You went in praying for the life. You are coming out being the kind of person that life was designed for. You went in asking to arrive. You are coming out having become the one who was being prepared for the arrival. You are not behind. You are not delayed. You are not the person to whom the answer has been withheld. You are the answer. You are the Chadash being made ready. You are the person that the prayer was always building toward. And what I hear being placed on my heart right now for the specific person who has been carrying this season the way you have been carrying it is this. What you called your longest delay, I called your most important preparation. And you are ready now. You are not almost ready. You are not nearly ready. You are ready now. And what has been moving toward you has been moving toward this version of you, the one you have been becoming all along. You have been here with me for a long time now, and I want to acknowledge that. Most people who begin this kind of message do not stay until this point. They step away when the challenge becomes uncomfortable, when the teaching requires something of them, when the truth is larger than the encouragement they came looking for. You are still here, and that tells me something about who you are that I want to name directly. Something is being activated in you right now, not because of anything I said, because you were ready to have it activated, because the formation that has been happening in the underground season produced the kind of person who can receive what is being received in this moment. And now, I want to give you the most practical thing I have offered in this message. I want to give you the framework for what to do with all of this. Because understanding your season is one thing. Aligning yourself to receive what is moving toward you is something else entirely. And there is a specific posture, a specific internal orientation that positions you to receive rather than unknowingly block what is already in motion. I want to call it the receiving position, and it is built on 3 actions of the mind and the spirit. Not physical actions, mental actions. Things you can begin practicing from wherever you are right now, whether you are driving, whether you are lying down, whether you are in the middle of an ordinary day that has not yet shown you any visible evidence of what we have been talking about. The first action is the clearing. Here is what I want you to do right now in your mind. Bring to awareness the specific thing you have been praying for. Hold it clearly, not as a demand, not as a longing, just clearly. See it, know what it is. And now, in your mind, I want you to release the packaging, not the substance of it, not the outcome itself, but the specific form you have been expecting it to arrive in, the specific door, the specific person, the specific sequence of events that you have calculated would be the logical pathway for this to manifest. Gently, deliberately, release your grip on the form. Let it be free to come the way it needs to come. Let the path in front of it be as open as the prayer that called it forward. You are not releasing the prayer. You are releasing the expectation of the form. You are creating space for the answer to arrive through a door you have not yet learned to watch. This is the clearing. Practice it in your mind now, even for 30 seconds. Let the form go. Keep the substance. Release the packaging. The second action is the recognition practice. Starting today, not someday. Today, I want you to take one moment each day and look at something in your life and ask a single question. Could this be part of the movement? Not. Is this the breakthrough? Not. Is this the answer? Just. Could this be part of what is being assembled? A conversation that seemed minor. A redirection that felt like a loss. A quality you notice in yourself that was not there before. A connection that appeared without effort. A door that closed in a direction you were not meant to go. Train your eyes to recognize divine activity in ordinary events, because the movement is not going to arrive with an announcement. It is going to show up looking like ordinary life, and the recognition practice is how you develop the capacity to see what is already there. The third action is the declaration of alignment. Once per day, in your car, in your room, in whatever ordinary moment of your ordinary day, say this out loud. Say, I am positioned to receive what is already moving toward me, not as a magic formula, not as a command to the universe, as a declaration of where you have chosen to stand, as a conscious, deliberate choice to place yourself in the posture of receiving rather than the posture of waiting. Because waiting and receiving are not the same orientation. Waiting is passive, receiving is active. Waiting looks outward for evidence, receiving looks inward for alignment. Declare it. Say it now, if you are in a place where you can say it. Say it later today, if you are not. But say it, because the declaration is not for the universe. The declaration is for you. It is you choosing, deliberately and consciously, the orientation that aligns you with what is already in motion. I am positioned to receive what is already moving toward me. Now, I told you earlier in this message that I had found something, a study from Princeton, research from Dr. Robert Lake about the gamma switch, about the mechanism for reactivating the frequency that your underground season is preparing you to operate in at full capacity. And I want to fulfill that promise now, because here is the full picture. Dr. Lake, through 34 years of research drawing on findings from MIT, Harvard, Stanford, Princeton, Berkeley, and the Einstein Center in Berlin, developed an audio track, 7 minutes long, listened to through headphones with eyes closed. Engineered using brain entrainment technology, the application of specifically calibrated sound frequencies that guide the brain through the principle of neurological entrainment back into the gamma state. That is the entirety of the practice. 7 minutes. Headphones. The technology does the work that years of meditation practice approaches asymptotically, but rarely reaches with consistency. The product is called the Genius Song, and I want to tell you why I am telling you about it at this specific moment in this message. Everything we have talked about today, the 5 signs, the root principle, the 3 areas of reorganization, the Chadash, the receiving position, all of it requires your brain to be capable of the level of reception it is being formed for. The answer that is moving toward you is going to require perception, intuition, discernment, and clarity that function at the gamma level. And the suppression that has been quietly operating in your neurology since childhood has been limiting your access to exactly that level of function. This is not about making you smarter. This is about unlocking what was always there. This is about reactivating the God-given frequency that the system suppressed and that your underground season has been preparing you to operate in at full strength. I know what some of you are thinking right now, and I want to address it directly because it deserves a direct response. You have tried things before. You have sat in rooms and listened to promises and invested in solutions and walked away with results that did not match what you were told to expect. You have been through enough cycles of hope and disappointment that your discernment about new claims is sharp and well-earned. You should not set it aside for me or for anyone. So let me tell you plainly, what is different here? Meditation works at the level of practice and belief. Law of attraction works at the level of thought and focus. Neither of them works directly at the neurological level of frequency. What brain entrainment does is categorically different. It is not better meditation, and it is not improved positivity. It is a direct engagement with the electrical activity of the brain, using sound as the instrument, bypassing the need for years of trained practice to arrive at what the technology can produce in 7 minutes. More than 18,000 people have now used the Genius Song. People in seasons not unlike the one you are in. People who came to it with the same earned skepticism you have. And what they report is not a dramatic external event. It is a shift in the quality of reception, a clearing of the channel. Let me tell you about one person who came to it this way. A woman who was 38 years old. She had done the retreats, the meditation circles, the breath work, the journaling. All of it had value. She would tell you honestly that it had value. But there was a specific quality of connection she had been reaching for and never quite arriving at. A sense of being truly aligned, truly receiving, truly in the frequency of the thing she knew she was built for. She did not come to the Genius Song because she believed in the science. She came because, as she put it plainly, there was nothing left to lose by trying. 2 weeks later, the word she used to describe what had changed was not productivity, it was not mood, it was not energy. The word she used was synchronicities. She said, "It is like the universe started speaking to me in a language I could understand, like the channel that had always been full of static suddenly cleared." That is what reactivated gamma looks like in the life of a person whose spirit was always oriented toward receiving, but whose neurological receiver had been suppressed. The price of the Genius Song is $39 for the audience of this specific video. Let me walk you through what that means. To access the gamma state through professional neurofeedback or biofeedback therapy, which is the clinical standard, costs between $200 and $300 per session. The equipment required to run biofeedback therapy at home costs upward of $7,000. Even a single session at the clinical rate costs more than 7 times what I am about to describe. The original price of the Genius Song is $49. Dr. Robert Lake made a specific decision because his purpose in this work has never been profit, but access to make this available to the audience of this specific video for $39, $10 below the standard price. And that price is not available on Amazon. It is not available on Spotify. It is not available through any search. It is available only through the link in the description of this video and in the pinned comment below it. For $39, you receive the Genius Song, the 7-minute brain entrainment audio, and 4 additional resources at no charge. The first is Genius Child, an audio track specifically engineered to support the gamma baseline in children. The second is the original book that the film The Secret drew from the unedited, unabridged source text, more direct and more substantive than the adaptation most people encountered. The third is a guided visualization covering the 4 key areas of a meaningful life: financial clarity, relational alignment, physical vitality, and deep purpose. The fourth is an infographic of the 5 compounding daily habits that research across multiple disciplines identifies as the highest leverage practices for a meaningful future. Everything I have just described comes with a full, unconditional, 100% money-back guarantee. No restrictions on how many times you have used it before requesting the refund. No questions asked. No conditions. If you do not experience a meaningful shift in the quality of your reception, in your access to the clarity and intuition that this season is preparing you, for you receive your money back in full. The only risk, in any practical sense, is not trying. Before I move on, I want to say one thing clearly. There are products online that have borrowed the name Genius Song and replicated the surface packaging without the underlying technology. These are audio files with no brain entrainment engineering embedded in them, no frequency sequencing, no calibrated neurological design. They will not produce the effect. They are not the same product. The only way to ensure that you are receiving the actual Genius Song with the full entrainment technology, the 4 bonuses, and the money-back guarantee is through the link I have placed in the description of this video and in the pinned comment below. Do not search for it elsewhere. What you find elsewhere is not what I am describing. If you want to explore the 7-minute practice, the link is where it lives. And if you decide that it is not for you, that is a complete and valid decision, and nothing about this message changes. The truth of your season is not contingent on a product. The movement is already happening. The Chadash is already in process. What I offered is a tool for aligning your neurological receiver with the movement your spirit is already aware of. But the movement itself, the answer to the prayer that has been held for longer than felt reasonable, that is already in motion regardless of any decision you make in the next 5 minutes. What I want you to carry out of this message is not a product. What I want you to carry is the truth we have been covering together for everything it took to get here. And now, I want to close this message the way I said I would from the very beginning. I want to speak something over you, not as a performance, not as a formula, as something I believe is genuinely true for the specific person who has stayed until this moment, who has been in the root phase, who has carried the shedding and the restlessness and the proximity feeling and the growth guilt and all of it, who has arrived at this point remade in ways they have not yet fully seen in themselves. There is a word in the ancient tradition for someone who stands precisely at the threshold of a new chapter, not someone who has arrived, not someone who is still far away, someone who is standing at the exact point where the old season ends and the new one begins. The threshold exists for only a moment before it becomes the past, and the person standing at it does not always know that is where they are. You are standing at a threshold right now. I do not know the specific contours of what is waiting on the other side. I cannot see your particular story with the precision that the one who designed it can, but I know the signs of someone who has completed the underground work, who has been in the root phase long enough for the roots to be established, who has allowed the soil preparation to do what it needed to do without abandoning the field, who has arrived changed, remade, Chadash at the exact point where the surface break is not coming someday. It is coming now. You are not behind. You have not missed it. You are not the exception to the pattern. The prayer has been heard from the very first time you prayed it. The movement has been in process since before you had language for what you were asking for. And now, I want to speak this directly over you as a declaration that I believe is true for this specific season. You came into this season carrying a hunger you could not explain, a restlessness that outlasted every logical reason to release it, a longing that refused to quiet even when the silence around it was so complete that you could not find evidence of movement anywhere you looked. And that hunger was not your weakness. That hunger was not your failure to be content. That hunger was the voice of your calling, speaking in the only language it had available, refusing to let you settle for a life that was built for a smaller version of you. You are the threshold crosser. You are the one who was specifically designed for this crossing, not in spite of the 13 years of your own formation, but because of them. Not despite the shedding and the quiet, and the things that left, and the doors that closed, but through all of it. The pit did not destroy you. The prison did not define you. The silence did not silence what you carry. And I want to say what I believe the Father is saying over you now. I heard you. Every prayer, every night you believed without evidence, every morning you chose to continue when stopping, would have been completely reasonable. Every moment you held the hunger, even when holding it was exhausting. I was in every one of those moments. I was not absent. I was not delayed. I was at work in the places you could not see, building the specific version of you that the specific answer requires. You are committed to the process that made you. You are commissioned for the purpose that called you. You are sent right now, from this moment forward, into the season that has been waiting for the version of you that now exists. The waiting is complete, not because all the external circumstances have aligned, but because you have. Go now. Not because you have certainty about every detail of what is ahead, but because you have been prepared for it. Not because the path is fully visible, but because you have been built with the capacity to walk it in the dark and still arrive. What you prayed for is already moving, and now so are you. If something in this message confirmed what you have already been feeling in your spirit, if something we covered today named a truth you have been carrying without language for it, I want you to type in the comments the specific thing you have been praying for, not in vague spiritual language, the actual thing. Name it. Because naming it is part of the receiving position. Naming it is the act of someone who has stopped hiding their hunger and started declaring their alignment. Name it in the comments, and as you type it, declare inwardly, I am positioned to receive this. Not someday, already. If this message found you today in a season you have been carrying quietly, if what we talked about is something you have needed to hear, but have not yet found words for, would you share this with one person? Not with everyone. One specific person, the one who came to mind as you were listening, the one who is in their own underground season and has been wondering whether their prayer is being heard. Send this to that person, not as content, as a gift, as you saying, I see where you are, and I found something that speaks to exactly that place. That act of sending is itself part of what is moving. That is not an accident. And to you, the one who stayed until this moment, I want to say one final thing. This was not a casual encounter. What happened here today was not background noise. Something was received in this space that was meant to be received. And what you carry out of this moment into the rest of your day, into the rest of this season, into the chapter that is already beginning, that is yours. Nobody can take it from you. Nobody can argue you out of it. You received it because you were ready to receive it. The threshold is here. Step forward. Go now and receive.